Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you guys for joining us this morning for TDHCA's Governing Board meeting. My name is Renee Norrid, and I have here with me Nathan Darris, and we will be going over through some housekeeping items for today's meeting. This is an up-close look at your control panel. During the course of this presentation, your control panel will collapse automatically when not in use. To open the control panel, please select the orange arrow. We'll go over the audio and questions box in the next few slides. When you open your control panel, you can select whether you want to call in to the dial-in number or use your computer's audio. Choose computer audio to use your computer audio features. Choose phone call to use your phone and dial in. Once you select the phone option, GoToWebinar will show you a phone number and access code. Use this information to call in. If you hang up and wish to call in again, you may need to wait for a few minutes so that the system recognizes that you are no longer logged in and allows you to complete your call. If you hang up and call back in right away, you might get a busy signal or some other error. Also, if you called in for the webinar with the dial-in number but did not register online, you will not be able to participate. You must use the link to register if you wish to speak. If you're having issues with your computer microphone, you can choose the sound check button in the audio control to help troubleshoot. Public comment for today's meeting can be submitted in two ways. Written statements by those attending the meeting but not wishing to speak can be submitted using the questions box in the GoToWebinar dashboard. If submitting a comment in the questions box, include the agenda item, your name, any organization you are representing, your position, and if you have pre-registered, please indicate in the questions box if you would still like to speak when the agenda item is called. When you want to ask a question or add a comment by speaking, please request to do so in the questions box when your agenda item is being discussed. When it is your turn to speak, a moderator will call on you. When you are done speaking, please mute your phone, or if you are no longer participating, please hang up. Do not place the call on hold. All speakers will introduce themselves by name and any organization they are representing with their comments, and time may be limited by the board chair. If you wish to add a comment by speaking, please request to do so in the questions box when your agenda item is being discussed. When it is your turn to speak, a moderator will call on you. If you have a web camera and would like to present a video of yourself during comment, please indicate this in your request to speak as well. You will be given the ability to share your webcam, but must follow the instructions given to you by the moderator or you will be disconnected. All speakers will introduce themselves by name and any organizations they are representing with their comments. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak by the discretion of the board chair. Registering a position on an item by those attending the meeting but not wishing to speak can be submitted using the questions box in the GoToWebinar dashboard. If submitting a comment in the questions box, include the agenda item, your name, any organization you're representing, and your position. Written statements other than your position of for or against will not be read or considered public comment. If there are any disruptions to the board meeting, such as an internet outage or other technical issue, the protocol on your screen will be followed. TDHCA will issue continuation instructions through an email announcement to all registered attendees of the meeting, a posting on the TDHCA board website and TDHCA social media outlets. The meeting will then resume at the appropriate point prior to the disruption. Thank you for your participation. We will move on to the meeting.
Great, thank you, Renee, and welcome everyone to our board meeting this morning. And it is 9:04 a.m. and I'm calling to order the meeting of the Governing Board of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Again, 9:04 a.m. on July 22nd, 2021. We will start out with a roll call, even though we can see everyone here, but for formalities, Mr. Batch.
Here.
Mr. Braden.
Here.
Mr. Marchant.
Here.
Mr. Thomas.
Here.
And Ms. Thomason.
Here.
And the board chair is here. Bobby's here. We have a quorum. This is great. Moving right along, we will, as customary, ask Bobby to lead us in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Bobby. We are going to be moving around different parts of the agenda today. So before I get started, I want to let everyone know, after the consent agenda and executive director's report, we are going to go straight to the appeals, which are much more limited than what was posted. There were several resolved. I'll talk about that again when we get to that point. So that way, once we get the appeals done, that gives staff time to finalize the final list if there are any changes. Then we can vote at that at the end. So with that being said, we will look at the consent agenda. Does anyone have any items that someone wants to move to action items, and if not, the chair would entertain a motion relating to the adoption of the consent agenda. That'd be a motion from a board member.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the board approve items 1 and 2 as described and presented in the respective board action requests under the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Mr. Braden. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I second.
I heard Ms. Thomason chime in there first. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving right along to the executive director's report. Mr. Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. First, I'll dive into Texas rent relief. It's still our big ticket item. We've crossed 620 million in funds dispersed or approved. It's mostly dispersed there. About 40 of that is approved, but not yet. Check's not in the mail yet. We're going to do another press release soon, probably at 750 million, and then do another one at $1 billion. With the CDC eviction moratorium expiring at the end of this month, incoming media requests have increased. This is like a nationally framed story. In Texas, the CDC moratorium hasn't really had teeth since March 31st, when our Texas Supreme Court order that helped enforce it expired. It's been kind of a JP by JP court issue. I was able to slip in an interview with Time Magazine this week when I was on my conference. We've worked with CBS News, Dallas Morning News, and Texas Tribune on articles about rent relief and eviction diversion, which are two sides of the same coin. And I'm going to do a phone interview later this week with NBC Nightly News. So I was just in New Hampshire for an executive directors conference for the National Council of State Housing Agencies. I booked it and then I missed TAP. So sorry, TAP. I won't do that again. But we did receive many compliments from the other states on the pace of our rent relief program. We really are leading the nation. It's evident in the data that came with a White House press release. I think it was yesterday. We're at the top of the stacks, and that's to be expected based on population, but even on percentage spent, we're doing really, really well. So thanks to Brooke, Mariana, Danny, the whole team, and frankly our contractors have been doing a great job as well. They even praised our communications we had a presentation from a communications consulting group, and they used Texas as an example twice during the presentation. They showed some quotes that we had put together, and I explained the help that we get from Christina and Michael, and Brittany from the GLO has been helping us, and then our Han media relations consultant is part of the vendor package that we got to begin the program. So it was a little embarrassing, but the whole team deserves the praise, and I'm glad things are doing well. That being said, we're still not resting on our laurels. Burn rate's been dipped a little bit recently as we've worked to extend the contracts with the 3 vendors, which we're doing now. I expect it to climb back up, and the goal is still $2 billion by year end, and to improve customer service as well. We've Horn has added to the call center staff to try to improve those metrics, drop the rate of abandoned calls, quicker time to pick up, that kind of thing. And then hopefully the person that answers can help. It's often a matter of, well, it's still under review, and there's not a whole lot more to say, but we want to have people have the best experience they can with the application and the call center. Similar to this, the Texas Supreme Court this week extended their emergency order for the eviction and diversion program until October 1. It was going to expire July 27. For specific to eviction diversion, we've helped more than 10,000 households avoid eviction, and that's about 93 million of the 620 that we put out. But later on the agenda today is an item for a direct award of housing stability services. This is a subset of our emergency rental assistance appropriation. Last month, we talked about doing a $100 million NOFA, and that's still to go out. And then some of the housing stability funds, because it was a short window to spend, just a year, we were thinking about just rolling it into rental assistance. And the governor, encouraged us to actually just get it out there. And so we have 50-something million in direct awards that you'll be approving today, hopefully, right? To help with, homeless services and other things to really help Texans in need. Along those same lines, we have a new senior manager for the housing stability piece. It's a lot. It'll be a couple $100 million, right, or close to it. Kate Trace, our current manager of fair housing, data management, and reporting, has agreed to accept the job, and she starts next week. So Brooke was doing a lot by herself, and she really needed to have someone help her with this piece. Moving on to other federal pandemic response programs, ESG Cares is 20% expended as of July 13th. We've expended close to 20 million, meeting our federal expenditure benchmark more than 2 months early. Thank you to Abby, Naomi, and the ESG team who put in long hours to build a strong contracting, reporting, and technical assistance support system. Some of these same subs are going to be receiving stability services program money. So we're flooding it with money, and we trust that they can get it to Texans in need, and I think they can. At our last meeting 2 weeks ago, you approved a plan for the new emergency housing vouchers program. This is another COVID response appropriation, and we are about to execute our first contract with the Waco Continuum of Care. So already working on getting those vouchers to work. On the community affairs side, for the low income home energy assistance program, or LIHEAP, about this time we usually shift funds around to the subrecipients who are doing a better job of spending, all in the interest of getting the funds expended. Frankly, due to the large amount of funds in play, we're seeing very few subrecipients able to take on additional funds at this time. It's a good problem to have, but we want to make sure that we expend as much as we can. Most states are encountering the same problem. We'll continue to explore options to maximize expenditures, but just wanted to let you know that is an issue that we're running into. Flipping back to multifamily, thank you to Shar Flickinger and our multifamily direct loan manager and other staff. We've committed our entire allocation of 2019 National Housing Trust Fund dollars, which was about 11 million. And staff finalized the last transaction last week. And in Section 8 news, we recently just got clearance from HUD to issue another batch of Section 8 vouchers. We issued 74 to project access folks, taking our wait list down to only 43 people. Good work by our Section 8 manager, Andre Adams, and his crew. In other news, I hear we're doing a 9% award today. Some of the viewers might be interested in that. It's been a crazy round. Alina, new manager, and she's done a great job. The whole team, the Fab Five, the reviewers, and Marnie. We have, as the chair mentioned, we have several appeals listed. That was because, we had to post, not knowing some of those withdrew, some of them I granted the appeal, and the chair will explain that as we go to the item. Any questions from the board on anything to do with the department? This is the second ED report in the same month, so it might be a little redundant. So.
Any questions from board members? Well, again, thank you, Bobby. You're doing well. Mr. Marchant and I tried to fill in for you at TAP, so.
Thank you.
Your B team was there. Okay, so if there are no questions from the board members, we will accept the executive director's report and move on to item 3B, presentation, discussion, and possible approval of direct awards of emergency rental assistance funds to select recipients for housing stabilization services. I hope I got that right. Brooke, you're on.
Thank you. Chairman Vasquez and board, I'm Brooke Boston, and I'm presenting on item 3B, which, as you mentioned, relates to Housing Stabilization Services awards. As you know, the department received emergency rental assistance funds totaling $1.3 billion from the U.S. Treasury Department to be used to provide emergency rental and utility assistance, which we call TRR, Texas Rent Relief, and that Bobby was filling you in on. Up to 10% of those funds, so roughly about 130.8 million, may be utilized for housing stabilization services related to the pandemic outbreak and that allow households to maintain or obtain housing. If they're not used for that purpose, they can still revert back to being used for rental and utility assistance. Attachment A in your board item shows you what type of activities are included under housing stability services. In May, you authorized us to commit 20 million of these funds to Texas Access to Justice Foundation, TAJF. After backing that award out and backing out our admin, that left us about 107.4 million that could potentially be used for services. While staff had also obtained authority from you guys in June to release a notice of funding availability, or NOFA, we are very constrained by the deadline of trying to obligate the ERA1 funds by September 30th of this year. So the length of time for a NOFA process that really lets us get broad access wasn't feasible. So rather than see the funds revert back, as Bobby mentioned, we decided to pursue direct awards. We reached out to roughly 50 organizations that were either strong performers in other TDHCA homelessness programs, were providers of veterans homeless services from Texas Veterans Commission, or who were suggested to us by state leadership. Of those 50, we ultimately ended up with 30 providers that were in a position to immediately receive a contract for these funds, could execute the contract by September 30th, and would be able to expend their funds by August 31st of 22, so just under a year, in the provision of services. And that's a pretty fast turnaround time in the world of service delivery. Additionally, we coordinated with the Texas Veterans Commission and identified several activities that TVC can provide to veterans that meet the requirements of the program. So between the 30 that we identified plus TVC, your attachment B of your board item reflects those 31 organizations. It shows the amount of the awards we're recommending and the service area that they're going to cover. We're recommending that you authorize the executive director to enter into agreements for these 31 providers, conditioned, of course, on them passing our previous participation review approval. I'm also requesting that if any of these providers between now and the day that we would execute contracts with them indicate that they think they can actually use additional funds, that we be allowed to execute at that higher amount, not to exceed, of course, our available funds. These organizations were put on a really tight time frame. They had less than a week from the day we first reached out to them to the deadline we gave them. So I think some of them are going to have some other expenses that they realize are in fact eligible. And so I'd like to have that flexibility since we do have the funds available. And lastly, I'm just confirming that any funds that are not put into these contracts will be moved over for rental and utility assistance. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Brooke. Do any board members have questions for Ms. Boston? Again, I think it's great that we're getting this information out as a, or this money out there to have a positive impact. So thanks for making that happen. Are there any public members or people in the audience who want to speak on this item? Do we have anyone in the queue?
We have no one in queue.
Okay, great. In that case, I will entertain a motion on item 3B.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move that the board authorize the executive director and his designees to enter into contracts or interagency agreements with the entities described in the board action request on this item, and that the executive director be authorized to modify the award amounts as expressed fully in this action item.
Great, thank you. A motion made by Ms. Thomason. Is there a second, Mr. Batch?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Great, motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Brooke. We'll talk to you again. Okay, as I mentioned in the brief opening remarks, we are going to jump to item 6D on the agenda, the presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding timely filed appeals. As Mr. Wilkinson earlier stated, there are several items that have been resolved, thus removed from the appeals list. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I have number 21069 Dahlia Villas. The appeal was granted. So there is no appeal to the board on 21069. On 21104 Heritage Heights at Abilene, again, the executive director granted the timely appeals, thus there's no appeal to the board today. Jumping down to 21215 Torrington Silver Creek, the appeal has been withdrawn, so it will not be heard by the board. 21235 In Town Lofts, there's no appeal to the board because the executive director granted the timely appeal. 21286 Blue Sky at Hawks Creek, there is no appeal to the board. The appeal was withdrawn. 21290 Fish Pond at Alice, there is no appeal to the board because the executive director granted their appeal. So that leaves us on the agenda for right now. And if you want to speak on one of these, please in the comments question box, start letting the moderators know that you wish to speak on these. And that's going to be 21039 Uvalde Villas, 21136 Oak Lawn Place, 21185 Weslaco Village Apartments, and 21206 Woodcrest. So these are the 4 items that we are going to be hearing now. Again, make sure you let the moderators know if you wish to discuss on or comment on one of these items. And we will begin with, okay, did I cover that all right, Bobby, Marnie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. No, go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, before Marnie does her layout, actually, because of some time constraints, can we let Senator Lucio speak on 21039 Uvalde Villas?
Perfect, because that's the one we're doing first. Okay. So if we could bring up Senator Lucio and hear his comments on 21039 Uvalde Villas.
Senator Lucio, you are self-muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Vasquez, and members of this important, which I consider one of the most important boards, and actually my favorite because it deals with affordable housing. Being one of 10 kids back in Brownsville, Texas in the early 50s, yeah, we didn't have much to even be able to find for rental. So, you know, for a year and a half too, my dad put us in a government housing unit that actually did the job for us and gave us time to be able to find housing and later on affordable housing as we saw it. But I am very, very pleased to see all of you at work, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank Leslie Bingham in front of you. You know, Leslie did a wonderful job for so many years there. And I recognize my dear friend Kenny Marchand, who he and I served in the House in the late 1980s, outstanding representative and still serving the public. Congratulations to you and other members that have not been on the board long. Mr. Chairman and members, I thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to appear before you today to support affordable housing in my district. My district includes a site in McAllen upon which Uvalde Villas is intended to be constructed, which is on appeal in item 6D of your agenda. Now, throughout my career in public service, I have proudly supported affordable housing, as you know, in the Rio Grande Valley and throughout the state, and have sponsored several legislative changes to improve the program. I have reviewed the QAP rule and state statute regarding occupied developments that is the basis for today's board appeal. It's my understanding neither the rule nor the Texas government code pertaining to occupied developments applies to Uvalde Villas, which is why that tab was not filled out. Now, as board members, I also understand you have a responsibility to make final determinations that consider all perspectives. However, the applicant's oversight in explaining non-applicable items should not be considered grounds for termination, in my humble opinion. Please consider allowing the applicant the ability to cure the deficiency by resubmitting the tab as non-applicable instead of leaving it blank. And I want to just finish by saying, as Hidalgo County continues to grow, and it's as all you know, of the 7th or 8th largest county in the state, as it continues to grow, so does the need for more affordable housing. And so the decisions you make on issues like this are critical to meeting this need. And once again, Mr. Chairman, members, I respectfully request you can carefully consider an approach that can be applied in an equal and fair manner. And I thank you again for allowing me an opportunity to join with you this morning. Greetings, not only from the Rio Grande Valley, but also I found myself driving in at 12 midnight this morning, preparing for floor action here at the Capitol, and I welcome any opportunities we might have to continue to discuss affordable housing, not only in my district but throughout the state. And once again, thank you, sir. Thank you, members.
Great. Thank you, Senator Lucio, and thank you for your continued support on addressing the affordable housing issues across the state. Okay, with that, let's kind of go back into the regular order process and have Marnie introduce the background of board action request on 21039 Uvalde Villas. Marnie, please go ahead.
Certainly. Good morning. For 21309 Uvalde Villas, staff determined that the application should be terminated due to a material deficiency related to requirements for occupied developments omitted from the application. Our rule requires that items identified in that subparagraph must be submitted with any application where any structure on the development site is occupied at any time after the application acceptance period begins, or if the application proposes the demolition of any housing occupied at any time after the application acceptance period begins. And then there's a list of items that are required to be included in the application, or applicants are required to describe to us why they aren't applicable. On appeal, the applicant referenced its site control documentation to show details of the occupied single-family housing structures on the development site, stating that they should be considered distinct from occupied multifamily housing developments and rehabilitation sites where extensive relocation requirements are contemplated in our statute. As stated in the appeal, our statute at 2306-67056 requires relocation information only in the case of rehabilitation. The QAP, on the other hand, requires that applicants explain why parts of the relocation section don't apply to them if there are occupied structures on site. And it could be argued that the operating statements and rent rolls required by the rule apply to all types of occupied structures, not just multifamily developments. The appeal argues, again, that the rule is not applicable. At question here is whether the inapplicability of the items described in the rule lead to a conclusion that failure to provide the report is an administrative deficiency. Given the lack of clear direction in the QAP regarding requirements for relocation of residents of single-family homes on proposed development sites, staff is left with little option but to recommend acceptance of this appeal. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Marnie. So just to clarify, the intent or the thought behind the rule is that there's going to be, it's contemplating that there is an existing apartment complex and you need to move out all the residents to rehab or build a new one, whether you're doing with them. I mean, so that's really what the intention of this rule was, right?
So the statute is very specific to multifamily developments and to rehabilitation. The QAP expands on that to include any potential other structures and begins to, in some ways, nowhere close to, it begins to align with some of the federal requirements around relocation, which is if you're relocating anyone, be it a multifamily tenant or a single family tenant or even a commercial business, that needs to be addressed within your application or within your process for affordable housing. The QAP admittedly is not really very clear, and neither is our application very clear regarding that extension of relocation to anyone who could be impacted because of their occupation of the development site.
Right, okay. Do any board members have questions to Marnie on this?
So Marnie, can you go over again, what is staff's recommendation here?
Staff's recommendation is acceptance of the appeal with an acknowledgement that the QAP is not clear regarding the requirement for single family housing.
So the application would be reinstated then?
It would be reinstated if you accept this appeal, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Do any other board members have questions for Marnie on this one? Okay, good. Again, yeah, and again, I think this is one of those where it makes sense, and we know, believe the intention behind the rules did not really address this situation. So
correct. It points out an issue that we definitely need to clear up within our board.
Right. Okay. In that case, I'd like to entertain a motion on 2039 Uvalde Village.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board grant the appeal by the applicant and that the application be reinstated for the Uvalde Villas project 21039, with the understanding we're accepting staff's recommendation based on the QAP being just a little unclear here. And so this does make sense.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Thomas, seconded by Mr. Batch. Renee, do we have anyone lined up for comment on this item? Renee?
Renee, you might be muted.
I apologize. I'm sorry. We are looking to unmute Donna Rickenbacker.
This,
Donna,
okay.
you are self-muted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. You ready? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. This is Donna Rickenbacker, and I'm the consultant to the Uvalde applicant. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation that this appeal be granted. Staff initially determined that the application be terminated because, as Marty stated, the applicant did not complete a tab in the application or provide an explanation of non-applicability. And this is the reason, obviously, we're before the board. Tab 21 relates to items that must be submitted if the development site includes occupied improvements in order to meet the requirements of Section 11204 of the QAP rules. We appealed to staff and explained that this rule in the associated tab does not apply to the Uvalde transaction. The rule is intended to apply and specifically states its application to two types of transactions and the applicable items that must be submitted behind tab 21 if the applicant is proposing either the rehabilitation of existing residential structures or is applying for direct loan funds. Direct loan recipients with occupied improvements must meet the requirements of the Uniform Relocation Act and include a relocation plan and budget in their application. The listed items that are applicable to existing residential developments cite the section of the Texas Government Code that defines occupied developments as those that are proposing rehabilitation. Uvalde Villas is new construction, not rehabilitation, and the applicant is not applying for direct loan funds. All improvements, including the occupied 3 single-family homes on the site that triggered this action item, will be demolished. Therefore, none of the listed items that include operating statements, a rent roll, relocation plan, and budget apply to this transaction. We also explained to staff our reasons for not providing an explanation of non-applicability. This provision is in the rule because some of the listed items apply to rehabilitation projects and others apply to recipients of direct loan funds. So the department wants to understand the items that relate to the type of transaction being proposed if the rule applies. It's important to note that the occupied development rule is not a scoring item, and the applicant did not violate any applicable statutory provision because it is not proposing rehabilitation. We appropriately clarified all questions that staff had regarding the applicability of the rule to the Uvalde transaction and reasons for not completing tab 21 of the application. We very much appreciate this board's consideration and acceptance of staff's recommendation that this appeal be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rickenbacker. I believe we have several people lined up in the queue for this item. Just want to, we'll call your names that Renee has registered. I would just encourage everyone to note that there's a motion on the floor and seconded to approve, so grant the appeal. So if you're speaking for that, I'd encourage you to shorten your comments to as short as possible. You can't make it any more for the motion than we already are. But of course you're welcome to speak. And Renee, who do we have up next?
We have Kent Hance, and we are looking to unmute him now. Kent, you are self-muted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, first of all, thank you and congratulations to Brandon Batch and Kenny Marchant on being on. There's not an agency that has more of an impact on housing of any type nationwide than our TDHCA, and I appreciate your service. I will say I second everything that's been said. And my uncle had Hance used cars in Dimmitt, Texas, and he always said, if you sell them a car, give them the keys. And so I don't want to oversell. I back everything that everyone said. I'll yield back the balance of my time, just like we do in Washington on many occasions. And I am in Kenny Marchant's old stomping grounds. And I tell him, as Phil Graham used to say, I'm doing the Lord's work in the Devil's City. But and I will be back to Austin tonight. Thank y'all for your service, and I yield back the balance of my time. And AJ, I think you have a great motion.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Renee. Who do we have up next, Renee?
We have Cynthia Bast, and we are looking to unmute her right now. Cynthia, you are self-muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
She's not. Cynthia has indicated that she does not wish to speak.
Very good. So we are going to look for Henry Flores. Henry, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Henry Flores, and I represent the applicant who is actually competing with this. And I appreciate you considering my comments. I understand the motion has been made, but I just wanted to offer some clarity to why we actually filed this appeal. You know, we think that the rules are actually quite clear. So we disagree with staff, and that's unusual because your staff does an excellent job. In fact, that is the purpose for this rule. And if I may just explain, I have the honor of being the first executive director of this agency. I served under Governor Richards and then under Governor Bush. So I got to serve both Republicans and Democrats in this capacity. The rulemaking process is critical to the implementation of statute. Statute just frames the conversation. Rulemaking is what makes the engine work. I can't be quite as colloquial as Senator Hance, but he talked about the car keys. Well, the process of staff is the gas, and staff can't make determinations without proper information. The relocation is a potential cost on any single transaction, and unless we complete the documents correctly, staff can't make an informed determination. To assume that the developer will self-police is a bad assumption. We are going through the process of doing two deals that involve relocation because we included the correct tab. In one case, it's costing us $132,000, and in the other case, $212,000. So it can be a significant cost to an application. I know this other developer. Steve Lawless is an honorable man. He's a good Texan, and I know that his failure to submit this tab was purely inadvertent. I know that with confidence. But the next developer, some flim-flam man from Missouri or some guy from California, may try to abuse the agency by not submitting that document. And staff can't possibly know, with all the applications across Texas, whether there are occupied structures on that site. We have to declare that to them so that they can make an informed decision. Again, there's no abuse here, but I believe, Senator Lucio talked about equal and fair. Equal and fair means everybody has to follow the rules because the rules have a purpose. And equal and fair suggests that the only conclusion to this process should be the board actually overruling staff's recommendation and ruling in favor of the appeal. I believe we have one other person who would like to discuss that's in the queue. It's the councilwoman from Laredo. But I thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, I'm Henry Flores.
Great, thank you, Mr. Flores. Renee, who do we have up next?
We have Vanessa Perez, and we are looking to unmute her now.
Hi, can you hear
Vanessa?
me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, thank you. Well, my name is Vanessa Perez. I'm the council member for District 7, City of Laredo, and I'm here, to represent the mayor and my fellow city council members. And I'm here actually to speak in favor of the decisions, your board's decision to terminate the application in McAllen. And I don't say that positively. I don't say that with a smile on my face. The reason why I'm supportive of this, and it's not to be any any negative behind it, but I was here, I believe 2 weeks ago, actually to speak before you on an application, another application that was in Laredo, 21230, the Calle del Norte project. That project was actually didn't receive a favorable outcome from the board because the board chose to stick to the rules as written. And in that project there wasn't an omission. It was actually everything was filled out completely. It's just that in Laredo we have 2 school districts and they overlap at some point, and that project just so happened to be in that little confusing area for an outside investor that's not from the area. It was understandable to me, and I think the board also saw that it was kind of understandable that they would confuse which school district, and they actually sent the school district notification to the wrong school district. And they did end up sending it to the correct school district, and it was all good. Everybody was supportive. However,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you please focus your comments on this application that is currently being discussed on the table?
Okay, yes, it's just background because my next comments are related to that. So anyways, because of that ruling, we were not happy about that outcome because Laredo, we do have a high need for affordable housing. And so this project being out of the running actually brought up one of our other projects that's up in the running for Laredo. So the Avanti Legacy Springfield projects are actually now in the running. So if the board overturns the staff decision for this one, then the city of Laredo will again lose our chance at receiving a tax credit. The city of Laredo does have a high need for affordable housing. We're more than 1,100 units short of our demand. And our public housing and Section 8 program waiting list exceeds 2,200 households, and they're all waiting for applications. So, here as a border city, we're the largest inland port. We do have a high need for this kind of assistance. The last time Laredo was granted anything like this was back in 2015. And so it's been a long time, and we have 2 outside investors looking to help bring this kind of program to Laredo. And one of the reasons why I was disheartened by the last decision was because I felt that developers might be dissuaded from trying to come to Laredo. And so this application being up for denial is just, to me, is just keeping in line with all of the things that were said at the last hearing. And I know you didn't want me to bring it up, but I think it's important because
I'm sorry, I need you to wrap up your comments. I mean, your time's expired.
Okay, well, I just want to ask that the board be consistent, in their application of penalties and support the termination of the Uvalde Hills, since the transaction in Laredo was terminated for a similar issue, and just think that we need to be fair and consistent. So thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. And again, we are very cognizant of statutory limitations versus rules where we have some ability to waive rules where we cannot waive statutes. Renee, is there another speaker on this item?
Yes, we have Cynthia Bast. Cynthia, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. This is Cynthia Bast of Locklord. I apologize for the inconvenience. My computer decided to sync this morning. We represent the competitive applicant that filed the original RFAD, Mr. Flores's organization. And I want to share with you a little bit different perspective. I completely respect your staff's recommendation here and understand it. But what I want to share is that I've dealt with this very situation myself in the past. I represented an applicant that was acquiring land with a couple small houses occupied by people who were caretakers. That client asked whether it should disclose those houses under this threshold section of the QAP, and I told them absolutely they needed to disclose it. The rule applies to any occupied structure on the site. That's what the rule says. Even if the various provisions of the rule are not applicable to the situation, it is incumbent upon the applicant to tell TDHCA they are inapplicable for the reasons that Mr. Flores cited. It is also important to note that the statute says that the application must contain certain information at a minimum. This language gives the agency authority to adopt more rigorous requirements on the subject matter. It's also important to note that the statute says the application must contain any other information required by the board in the qualified allocation plan. The provision regarding occupied developments was duly adopted in the qualified allocation plan. There are plenty of examples for circumstances where the requirement of TDHCA's rule is more rigorous than the requirement of the statute. And that is absolutely permitted. We know that, for instance, the Chevron case from the United States Supreme Court says that we are going to give great deference or at least great weight to a decision of an administrative agency to expand its rules beyond a statutory provision. Finally, this is not a situation where there's been an error in the TDHCA materials. The QAP and the manual, which are the primary documents used by applications, they're consistent and they're clear. Both say that the applicant must disclose any occupied structure on the site. So if there's a structure and it's occupied, and then the application is required to disclose certain information or explain why it's inapplicable. The rule was duly adopted in a formal process and is authorized under relevant legal guidance. So for those reasons, we think it is actually appropriate to deny the appeal and follow the rule set forth in the QAP. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Bass. Renee, are there any other speakers lined up for this item?
We have no one else in queue for this item.
Great, thank you. So to reiterate, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Thomas, seconded by Mr. Batch. And again, not to influence your vote, but I've said time and time again that I believe we shouldn't be looking at gotcha moments and finding reasons to kick out applications. We should be looking at what's reasonable to try to include it when it's within our power. So I support the motion, and I guess we're ready to vote. So all those in favor, say aye. And this is to grant, and just to clarify, it's to grant the appeal.
Aye, Martin, aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, and to remind everyone, from the posted agenda, 21069 Dahlia Villages and 21104 Heritage Heights at Abilene are not being heard by the board because the executive director granted their timely appeals. Which brings us to item 21136, Oak Lawn Place. And Marnie, do you want to give us the background on that?
Sure, thank you. Application 21136 for Oak Lawn Place was terminated due to a material deficiency related to required third-party reports. The application did not include the appraisal that's required by our rule for identity of interest transactions. In these transactions, the buyer and seller of the property are related parties, and the appraisal is used to establish the market value of the property to be transferred. Our rule related to appraisals provides They are required for any application claiming any portion of the building acquisition in eligible basis and identity of interest transactions pursuant to subchapter D of this chapter. Subchapter D describes the identity of interest relationship. Because an appraisal was not submitted, the application was terminated pending the applicant's ability to appeal. On appeal, the applicant stated that the appraisal is not material because the price of the development site does not affect the credits. So they were not taking acquisition credits on this transaction. The entire appraisal was provided to us immediately after we sent the termination letter, which, if that appraisal had been included in the application, had been timely submitted, it would have been subject to an administrative deficiency to correct several issues within the report so that it didn't meet our requirements. The application at tab 12 and the appeal both acknowledge the existence of an identity of interest transaction. The relevant rule in this matter, 10 TAC 11.205, plainly states if the reports in their entirety are not received by the deadline, the application will be terminated. Accordingly, staff terminated the application and the executive director has denied that appeal. Staff recommends also that the board deny the appeal for this material deficiency to submit that application, submit the appraisal. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, do any board members have questions for Marnie on this item?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding, Marnie, correctly, was the application simply wasn't filed on time. Is that correct?
The appraisal that's required by our rule was not included in the application that was timely submitted. So we received an appraisal late. That appraisal did not meet all of our requirements, but had it been included in the application, it would have been subject to an administrative deficiency. Our rule says that if any third-party reports are not received by the deadline, the application will be terminated. So the rule is very, very clear that if these reports aren't received, the application will be terminated. So of course, that's the action that staff has taken.
I see. Thank you, Marnie.
Do any other board members have questions for Marnie? I guess I want to clarify, and I assume we're going to have speakers on this. Is there any basis or for the fact that they're stating this part of the application or this part of the property did not really have any bearing on the actual development?
So they are claiming that because they aren't taking acquisition credits within their application, they're not requesting acquisition credits, that the appraisal isn't required. Our rule, differently from the previous appeal, where our rule was a little murky about exactly what's required. In this instance, the rule is very, very clear. If it's an identity of interest transaction, an appraisal needs to be included in the application. And there is no allowance for whether or not those credits are taken.
As a follow-up for that, Marty, so every time these type of applications come in, an appraisal is required.
Correct.
And their response to your pointing that out to them is, oh, you don't need it anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
And to follow on with that, again, just so I can fully understand, other than checking the box an appraisal was submitted, it's otherwise unnecessary in our evaluation of this application.
The appeal claims that the appraisal is not required because they're not taking acquisition credit. Because I am not an underwriter, I can't speak to the value of the property and how that plays into the entire transaction and how valuation of the property plays into that transaction. But in general, it comes in with claiming of acquisition credits.
Okay.
And just for my own clarity, so this has to do with the identity of interest nature of the transaction, right? It's when in it, the developers on both sides of a purchase, and therefore there's an argument to be made that, well, you need to have an appraisal because we want to make sure, your affiliate's not giving one party or the other a better deal than, that somehow factors into this transaction. And I guess their response to that was, well, we're not taking acquisition credit, so that underlying reason really shouldn't apply to our situation.
Correct. Actually, I have a text. Appraisal is needed to support acquisition cost, and it's not necessarily tied to the credits.
Okay, let me ask the board members, does anyone object to us hearing public comment on this item prior to making a motion?
I support that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Hearing no objection, let's go ahead and hear public comment on this item, and then we will discuss a motion. I also believe that there are some letters that we need to read into the record on this appeal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Michael, could you read the letter from Senator West, please?
Okay, good morning, Michael Lytle, TDHCA staff. I have a letter to the board that we received from Senator West. It reads as follows. Dear board members, this letter comes to your attention respectively to request that the board grant an appeal for Resource Center's affordable housing development, Oak Lawn Place, which will be before you for consideration. My request for your support of the appeal and to reinstate the application is being made due to the urgent need for affordable housing in amenity-rich and transit-connected areas of Dallas that, if approved, this project would provide. I am hopeful also that there exists alternate means of working through the initial decision to terminate the application in the previous appeal denial due to what Resource Center believes to have been recent changes in procedure. My information is that the application was terminated for the lack of an appraisal, which was subsequently provided. It was explained to me that a specific section of the rule that applies to identity of interest transactions was changed this year. Had this been 2020, this application would have met the rule with the documentation provided with the application. Additionally, it is Resource Center's contention that the absence or presence of an appraisal should not have had a bearing on the application as submitted. The settlement statement submitted with the application, which would have satisfied the rule until the recent change, show that Resource Center paid a price which is, in fact, reflected in the cost schedule that is included in the application. Moreover, the applicant believes that as a land-only transaction, the acquisition cost is not the basis and should not factor into the credit calculation. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to reinstate this application. This project would address a vital need for services and resources for an identified community, enjoys the support of local and state officials, has ownership of site, entitlements improved in a near-funded capital campaign. I would hope that there is latitude and consideration permitted that would prevent the termination of the application for reasons not related to the scoring, review, or prioritization of the project. Resource Center is a trusted nonprofit leader and service provider in the Dallas community, serving more than 62,000 people each year through programming that addresses the needs of the LGBTQ community and services to people living with and impacted by HIV/AIDS. Oaklawn Place is being developed through a partnership with Matthews Southwest and Volunteers of America to deliver a high-quality and financially viable project. Thank you for your consideration of this request. I am hopeful of your favorable determination to grant the applicant's appeal. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Respectfully, Royce West, Texas Senate, District 23.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Marchant.
I'm having a little trouble. Why did they not want to submit, Marnie, a appraisal? Why did they feel like it wasn't necessary to submit an appraisal in the beginning?
So their appeal states that we think that under the circumstances of this particular application, the failure to include the appraisal, which we had on hand when the application was filed, should be considered a non-material administrative deficiency. The appraised value of the development site only affects the tax credit award if acquisition credits are being requested. This application for new construction and the price of the development site does not support any tax credits, so the appraisal should not be considered material to review of the application. But in fact, the acquisition costs affect the gap. So the acquisition costs are still part of the total development cost of the site and potentially impact the amount of credits that are awarded under a gap method. I don't know if they failed to realize that they needed to submit an appraisal under the changed rule, and the senator
they said they already had it. They said they had it. They just feel like they need to give it to you, right?
I'm not going to speak to what they felt they needed to provide to us or not. I can't tell you that.
Is there anyone, Mr. Chairman, that's registered to speak that could answer that question?
I imagine there are, yes. There's people.
Okay, so if someone else speaks on this issue, maybe they could answer that question. Thank you.
Okay, does Mr. Lytle have any other letters to read into the record?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, and I think it should be noted in the information packages in the board material, there is another letter of support from Representative Anchita. So let's go ahead and hear public comment on this agenda item. Renee, if you could line up the first speaker and remind everyone that there's a 3-minute clock on the screen that we're going to do our best to enforce. So please be direct and brief. Who do we have up first?
First, we have CC Cox, but I do want to note that the second speaker did say that she can answer the questions. But first, we will queue up CC Cox. CC, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Hello, I'm CC Cox, the CEO of Resource Center. We will address your questions and respectfully disagree with some of the characterizations that have been put forward in the description. Resource Center is the nonprofit owner and applicant for Oaklawn Place, application 21136, located in Dallas in Urban Region 3. Resource Center is a trusted nonprofit in North Texas who served our community for 38 years. Our mission is to improve health and wellness, strengthen families and communities, and provide transformative education and advocacy. We do this through programs and services for all North Texans, including the LGBTQ community and persons living with HIV. Oaklawn Place will provide 84 affordable housing units for seniors in a safe, welcoming community. We have partnered with Matthews Southwest and Volunteers of America on this significant development for our city. The matter at hand is completely within the discretion of the board to decide. It is not statutory. We are facing termination of the application due to a small change in the real estate analysis rules and guidelines on when an appraisal is applicable. This change was new for 2021 and also unclear, similar to the previous appeal. And while the board book fails to mention that, Ms. Hicks will provide more detail in her comments. We are a viable deal that was in the money, ranked number 4 in the region. The reason cited for termination was for the lack of a third-party report, in this case, an appraisal. The documentation submitted with the application would have met the rule in any previous year. This project is new construction and the existing buildings are being demolished, so the cost of the land does not get included in eligible basis for tax credits, thereby making an appraisal immaterial. I didn't grow up in Dallas, but I moved here 37 years ago, right out of college, and have proudly called it my home. Through my work at Resource Center, I strive every day to contribute to my community. Candidly, it has become harder and harder to have the same pride about Dallas due to its 20,000 unit shortage of affordable housing. From my office window, I have watched families living in their cars in our parking lot. And while we can get lost in the weeds and the intricate details of this project, I ground myself every day in remembering that it has a noble purpose to create a home, a community for real people in an area that truly needs it. This project is ready to go and Resource Center is all in. We own the land, we have the zoning, the plat has been approved. We have the full support of Dallas City Council, our state representative, and our state senator. I am here to respectfully request that you grant this appeal on the grounds stated. If you view this differently, however, in the alternative, we are prepared to discuss in underwriting taking out the cost of the land. After Ms. Hicks and Dula speak, we can address that if you wish. This is totally within the discretion of the board, and it is the right thing to do to grant this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Renee, who do we have up next?
We have Jennifer Hicks, and we are looking to unmute her. Jennifer, you are unmuted. Jennifer, you are self-muted. Can you hear us? Will you please unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted.
Perfect.
Chair Vasquez, board members, my name is Jennifer Hicks, and I'm the consultant for Oak Lawn Place. I want to bring to your attention a few important points about this appeal. First, this tweak to the identity of interest rule for land-only transactions was not pointed out in the September board book write-up that goes over QAP changes. Even further, both the application and the procedures manual refer to the 2020 rule versus the 2021 rule, and neither reference a change. In preparing the application, I read the reference to the 2020 rule and followed suit with the documentation that had been provided and accepted in past applications. Both the app and manual were not clear, the exact same situation as the appeal just granted. A key piece of this appeal is this is the first year an appraisal has been required for identity of interest transaction. It provided proof of the original land purchase price with the application and accurately reflected that cost in the development cost schedule. The documentation submitted with the application this year would have met the rule any past year. A small tweak to the rule renders this application terminated. Unlike a feasibility report, market study, or phase one, the applicability of an appraisal to a project references the underwriting rule. Chairman Vasquez and Mr. Braden have both referenced looking at the underlying purpose of the rule. And in this case, it is to make sure that an identity of interest is not flipping the land for a profit. The settlement statements submitted with the app show the amount Resource Center paid for the land 2 months before pre-app, and that cost is reflected in the development cost schedule. Next, I want to stress the narrow application of this rule. There were 35 appraisals. Only 4 appraisals were land-only identity of interest transactions, and only one of them had a similar situation of land being transacted recently. The board would not be opening up the spigot wide by granting this appeal. The board has the discretion to not consider this a third-party report issue. The settlement statements provided in the app show the value and the cost schedule does not impact credit calculation. The board can grant this appeal that the intent of the rule has been met. Final note, I want to quickly highlight the lack of 9% housing tax credit awards in Dallas. Both Dallas and San Antonio are MSAs with similar population, poverty, and per capita income. Since 2015, San Antonio has had 18 projects approved. Dallas has had 4. By granting this appeal, it will add another project to serve the Dallas community. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm very grateful for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Marchant, go ahead.
haven't heard yet a specific answer to why the appraisal was not included in the original package, other than they thought it was unnecessary.
Right. I think Ms. Hicks roundaboutly responded to that. Could we bring her back on to?
Yeah, I mean, a roundabout answer is fine, but a direct one would be better.
I can answer that question. So the reason the appraisal was not submitted was because this was a tweak to the rule for land-only transactions. In any past year, if you provided the settlement statements in your application and you accurately reflected the development cost in your cost schedule, and it was less than the settlement statements, you did not have to provide an appraisal. So it wasn't a situation where we just didn't think we were holding back our appraisal or anything like that. It was that in any past year, an appraisal wasn't required, and both the app manual and application referenced the 2020 rule. The QAP changes that were highlighted in the September board book, where the staff goes over all the changes to the QAP, this change was not highlighted. So there was no reference as a consultant putting together the application that there was a change from past years where I've submitted apps with settlement statements that show the development cost. And when this termination, we got this deficiency, we submitted the bank appraisal that we had for the project because there is a bridge loan for the acquisition of the land. And we submitted that appraisal, and the very next day we submitted an appraisal that you have in exhibit, I believe, E of the board book that meets all of the TDHCA requirements. So we turned it around in a day, the bank appraisal to meet all of TDHCA requirements. So right now staff, they would need.
Okay, one follow-up question. The appraisal that you had available to you when you submitted the initial application, is that a different appraisal than the bank appraisal that you just mentioned?
No, sir, it's the same appraisal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Hicks. Renee, who do we have up next?
We have Tamia Dula, and we're looking to unmute her. Tamia, you are unmuted. Can you hear us? Tamia, can you hear us? Tamia? She could be having difficulties. I'm not sure. She's not self-muted.
Okay, move on and we can try her back in after the other speakers.
Okay, so let's move on to Sarah Anderson. And we are looking to unmute her. Sarah, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, board. My name is Sarah Anderson, and I am speaking in favor of the appeal. I'm not related to this transaction in any way, but I would like to bring a little bit of clarity to the situation that hasn't really been discussed. An issue like this actually came up last year, and where we challenged an application who was doing a related party transaction and did not provide any documentation, an appraisal, nor a settlement statement. And staff, while people are talking about whether or not there was a change in the QAP, these were still required last year for a related party transaction. And last year, that applicant was allowed to continue, and presumably it was determined that this was an underwriting issue and could be dealt with in underwriting as opposed to a termination issue. When you look at the rules, they say that the identity of interest in the QAP portion, that it is pursuant to the requirements of the underwriting rule. And the underwriting rules are a little confusing, but they do say that the appraisal is solely for the purpose of determining cost. So while I don't know the specifics of the cost of this and what they're trying to get, it seems to me that there should be some consistency in how this is dealt with. And if it was allowed last year for somebody not to have this available and was dealt with in underwriting, and presumably it just meant they didn't get the cost that they thought they should, you know, if nothing else, again, we would just like to see consistency in the way that these are dealt with. And I feel for this applicant solely because we saw another applicant essentially get away with this last year. So, and that's all I.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you.
Do we want to try Ms. Dula again?
We will try to unmute her again. Samaya, can you hear us? I don't know what is happening. I don't know if she's not self-muted. Can we just move on to Zachary Crotchtangle and maybe we can get her after that?
Sure, let's go ahead. Bring
Great.
up Mr. Crotchtangle.
Hi,
Zachary,
members of
you can go ahead.
I'm here. Members of the board, Zachary Crotchtangle. I obviously speak quite a bit. This is near and dear to me because it's in Dallas. It does not affect any of the applications that I am on this year. However, I know the area very well. I know the amount of support coming from the city, and I'm just going to kind of go over the solution that Sarah and Cece have both alluded to. This was a third-party report. It's required last year, and it's required this year. However, it's required for an extremely narrow purpose. That narrow purpose is acquisition cost. The rule specifically says that in underwriting, they will use the lesser of the appraised value or the value that was in the site control documentation for acquisition cost for underwriting purposes. Now, there's a lot of different things that have supporting documentation required for a very narrow purpose. If you don't submit that supporting documentation for that very narrow purpose, you don't get to claim those costs. So the easiest solution for this would be to say their acquisition cost by not submitting an appraisal is now zero. It shouldn't be a termination, but it also shouldn't be a third-party report that can be replaced through the administrative deficiency process because other transactions have already been terminated this year for having a missing third-party report. Last year, there was an application that did claim zero acquisition credits and did not have an appraisal. And in their underwriting report, it specifically said the land is being donated from the related party affiliate to the nonprofit GP. No land acquisition costs have been claimed. Therefore, no substantiation of the identity of interest transaction is required. So that's from last year when the rule saying that the third-party report was required for identity of interest transactions was still in effect, and they were allowed to just have zero acquisition costs. This would change the debt structure on this application in underwriting. However, this would still be a viable transaction. They would still be receiving tax credits. They would just receive a lesser amount of tax credits, and their acquisition costs would not be included in that calculation. So I think that it's clear that it's the lesser of those two amounts. So if you don't have an acquisition cost in an appraisal, you don't get that amount. There are other examples of things like this, like we need to get a third-party letter from an engineer for site costs that go over a certain threshold. If we don't have that letter, we don't get those costs. It's the same logic being applied. There are a lot of things that happen in underwriting to get corrected like this. So just removing that cost, I think, is the most equitable way, while also keeping and maintaining the importance of having a third-party report be submitted by the third-party report deadline, such as market studies, which are needed for underwriting on a broad scale, whereas this is only needed for that one specific cost. So removing that one specific cost seems to me the best way to get this extremely important and extremely supported application in the city of Dallas through to the finish line. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Crotch Tingle. Renee, I guess we are not able to get Ms. Dula back up.
Chairman, can I ask a question of Marnie, please?
Mr. Martian, go ahead.
Marnie, is a purpose of getting the appraisal and getting that as well as the acquisition cost, are there instances where there is a great discrepancy between the two figures? And is that some way of kind of truing up the true value of the land that's going into the deal?
I will tell you that yes, there has been a change to our rule regarding appraisals and in general, and that especially with impact on an identity of interest application that has not been discussed yet on this item, and that is that we've made some really fundamental changes to how we view appraisals. Appraisals are required for certain transactions. Those appraisals are actually going to be submitted to a third party to review that appraisal, so that we as staff are not being asked to accept a number on a settlement statement or a number on an appraisal. We're going to be submitting those appraisals to a third party who will be verifying those amounts for us. So yes, appraisals are used, third-party appraisals are used in order to verify the value of, or to verify the cost of the property that's going into this transaction, regardless if it's an existing development or if it's vacant land. There's still a value going into the transaction.
Okay, do any other board members have questions on this?
Mr. Chair, I have a few questions, and actually some of the comments made less than the original concerns I had about somebody just ignoring our rules and saying you don't need it. I mean, obviously there's more depth to this issue than that characterization. So Marnie, what about the whole argument of this shouldn't really be a termination, but it should be an underwriting issue?
So our rule is very clear regarding third-party reports. There's this list of third-party reports. It includes environmental site assessments, market analysis, scope and cost review, if it applies to a particular transaction. If those reports are not included, the application is terminated according to our rule. This board has supported termination, has denied appeal on other applications this cycle, because those third-party reports provide information to our review that's vital. We are not able to complete our reviews without those reports. In this instance, it's an appraisal. Whether or not the appraisal, whether or not the applicant believes that we need the appraisal is immaterial to what the rule says, which is that the appraisal is required. We weren't told at application, we the applicant don't believe you need an appraisal, so we're not going to give you one. It just was not there.
But we changed, is it correct, as was stated, that the rule changed where what they did provided would have been appropriate under the prior rule?
That is correct. And as I mentioned, yes, that is correct. The rule was changed to require the appraisal so that we have a third-party valuation of the property that's going into the transaction, so that that's a reliable amount, and it's not based on a set of settlement statements along with whatever operating costs or holding costs the applicant has had in between. This is and you are aware of this, a independent third-party appraisal of a property is considered to be a valid valuation of that property. So that's the direction that we're going with the QAP, that we're not, yes, we have changed it. It did change from last year. There are things that, all sorts of rules that changed from last year. This change was included in the draft QAP that the board accepted, that went out for public comment, that went to the final QAP. So there has been full disclosure all along that this change was coming.
But again, just to clarify, Marnie, the value of the property is separate apart from the submitting of the appraisal. The value of the property itself is immaterial to this part of the transaction, this transaction they're looking for.
The value of the property is included in the total development cost. The total development cost is used in calculating the credits at the end using the GAAP method.
Okay. I want to check with Renee. Did we resolve Ms. Dula's microphone issue?
We can try. We are going to unmute her. Tamia, can you hear us?
Mr. Chairman, while she's working on that microphone, can I ask Marnie another question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Marnie, in the instance of when a person donates the property into the partnership at a certain value, and then they give you an appraisal that indicates a different value, and then it gets put into the application at maybe even still another value, how is it ever ascertained for that process of the application what the real value of the property is in your total transaction?
So, and just knowing that situations like that will arise, where an applicant has given us a value that differs from an appraised value is why we've gone to this review appraisal structure, this third-party review appraisal structure, so that if there is, any question, there's another party who's considering it. Those values would be reconciled. If we continue to disagree, of course, we would come to the executive director and then to the board if necessary in order to resolve that question.
Do you find in this particular waiver, are any of those factors present?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, since we cannot get Ms. Dula back on, let me allow Ms. Cox or Ms. Hicks to present her findings or her comments, because I know they're both familiar with what Ms. Dula wanted to present. So Renee, could we bring up,
Yes.
I guess, Ms. Cox?
Yes, we have CC Cox. CC, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Chairman Vasquez. I can read Ms. Dula's comments. She's still trying to get in, but obviously has not been able to do that. And I can also speak to certain things. There seems to still be ambiguity about something, but let me be clear. There was a change in the rule and it was unclear. The application and the procedures manual refer to the 2020 rule. And therefore, in preparing the application, we referenced the 2020 rule and followed suit with the documentation that had been provided and accepted in the past, in which we would not have been required to submit an appraisal. We did not make an arbitrary decision not to submit an appraisal. Also, Mr. Marchant asked a question. When we were terminated and received that notice, we immediately turned around and did submit the appraisal we had in hand all along. We also spun around as quickly as we could, worked with our banker, and got a brand new appraisal, which is now only, I don't know, a month and a half old, ever since we got the termination. And it meets every single requirement that it's been brought up by staff that our first appraisal had deficiencies. We have done everything possible, believing we didn't need to submit an appraisal, and now we have submitted appraisals that meet the TDHCA requirements. If you would like me to read Ms. Dula's comments, I can do that.
Okay, I believe that we understand the situation that the application is in and the staff's position and recommendation. We're going in circles somewhat now, so I would actually ask if a board member would like to make a motion regarding whether to grant or deny this appeal.
Mr. Chair, I'm willing to make a motion, and I guess before I make it, the couple things that stick out in my mind's eye are obviously we had a change of rule, and Lisa's been represented to us by a couple of people that our recitation of that rule in the book and the application wasn't exactly clear. So I mean, we have that issue, and then we have had consultants, including consultants who appear before this board regularly and who are not related to this application, to indicate that there's precedent that in the past we've allowed this to be taken care of to the extent it needs to be as part of the underwriting process. So on that basis, I move the board grant the appeal by the applicant and the application be reinstated.
Mr. Chairman, I second that.
Okay, we have a motion made by Mr. Braden to grant the appeal, a second by Mr. Marchant. I'd like to close out comment and go ahead and take a vote. So all those in favor of Mr. Braden's motion to grant the appeal on this item, say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving right along. Again, the next item is 21185 Weslaco Village Apartments. Marnie, would you like to give us the background, please?
Yes, please. 21185 Weslaco Village Apartments. You will recall that at our last meeting, there was a scoring appeal that was taken up by the board. That appeal was granted. Prior to that action by the board, this had not been a priority application. So part of the comment that you may hear on this item speaks to a very short period for response to this issue. And I just wanted to make sure that y'all are aware that having not been a priority application, we did not take up this particular question until your action at the last meeting. So this application was determined to not be eligible to participate under the at-risk set-aside and was thereby terminated. The staff determined that the applicant is ineligible to participate pursuant to our code, and this gets into a lot of citations at 2306-6702A5A, which is our definition of at-risk development. Our statute is very prescriptive regarding the developments that are eligible to participate within that set aside. Under the Section 8 programs that are cited within our statute, it speaks to, as specified by 24 CFR Part 886, Subpart A, and as specified in 24 CFR 886, Subpart C. So these are the two sets of very specific criteria within our statute that allow a development to participate in the at-risk set-aside. The appeal that was submitted speaks to older assisted stock and new assisted stock. The new assisted stock would apply under Part 886, or the former older assisted stock would apply under Part 886, but not new assisted stock. The applicants believe that under another part of our statute, not the housing tax credit section under 6700, but under 2306-802 should be read broadly so that the older and new assisted stock, both of these 24 CFR Part 886 groups would be able to compete under at-risk. However, it appears that the applicant has admitted that development does not receive the benefit of a subsidy in the form of the Part A or Part C or any of the other federal laws listed in under 2306-6702 sub A5AI. Because there is no evidence to support compliance with the explicit statutory requirements for the at-risk set-aside, staff terminated the application. The executive director has denied that appeal. Staff recommends that the board also deny the appeal. Again, this is a very narrow statutory requirement that these applications come in under one of these very specific fund sources.
Okay, so Marnie, just so the board members understand, is this a determination that the staff made that the application only fits in a certain type of non-qualifying status, whereas we could actually determine they alternatively fit into a
another one? If the application fit into another category under our at-risk set-aside definition in statute, presumably the applicant would have pointed that out during their appeal and said, oh, here, no, it's this over here. We did not examine all of the documentation from the development. Admittedly, we don't necessarily have all of it to see if any of it matched up with any other part of our statutory definition. They came in saying that they were a Section 8, but they do not qualify under either of those very specific federal categories that are spelled out in our statute.
Okay, do any board members have questions for Marnie before we hear comments? Okay, then before we make a motion, unless someone's very intent on making a motion right now, let's go ahead and hear comments on this item. So Renee, who do we have up first?
We have Cynthia Bast, and we are looking to unmute her right now. Cynthia, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. This is Cynthia Bast of Loch Lord. I'm representing the applicant for this appeal. Over the years, there have been a variety of HUD programs for mortgage subsidy and rental subsidy working hand in hand. Programs have been modernized, new programs have been implemented, one succeeds the next. The competitor who submitted the RFAD asserted that this application cannot qualify for the at-risk set-aside because its Section 8 subsidy derived from a new construction program instead of a program for existing housing properties. The RFAD points to a HUD database that categorizes Weslaco Village as S8NC for Section 8 new construction, instead of LMSA for loan management set-aside. We do not dispute that characterization. However, TDHCA statute and rules previously have been interpreted to allow both kinds of project-based Section 8 subsidy to qualify for the at-risk set-aside. In 1997, Congress enacted mark-to-market legislation to reset rents and mortgages for the project-based Section 8 portfolio, both LMSA and S8NC properties. Both were treated the same. Weslaco Village went through a demonstration program in conjunction with this implementation. So TDHCA staff focuses on a reference in the statutory definition of the at-risk set-aside to 24 CFR Part 886 as distinguishing the LMSA properties from the S8NC properties and excluding Weslaco Village from the at-risk set-aside. But if you look at the actual Section 8 contract for this property, an excerpt of which is on page 235 of your board book supplement, you will see that the contract references 24 CFR Part 886 with regard to housing quality standards. Why would HUD connect this property to 24 CFR Part 886 if it did not see a linkage there? This supports including Weslaco Village in the at-risk set-aside. Finally, TDHCA's governing statute provides directive as to preservation properties. It states that TDHCA shall give Class A priority to any federally subsidized property that is at risk because its rent subsidy or mortgage subsidy is expiring. The statute further says that TDHCA shall allocate housing tax credits to Class A priority properties. This is consistent with what Congress and HUD established in the mark-to-market program, that certain historical properties were a priority for preservation, whether they were LMSA or S8NC. A broader reading of TDHCA's at-risk definition is consistent with the statutory mandate to assist Class A priority properties. We believe this is why TDHCA has awarded tax credits from the at-risk set-aside to 9 different applications by S8NC properties over the years, and as recently as 2019. Weslaco Village asks you to continue that interpretation and grant this appeal, reversing staff's termination.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bast. Don't go far because I'm assuming this is some fine-tuned technicalities that we need to address on this one. Renee, who do we have up next?
We have Bill Fisher, and we are looking to unmute him. Bill, you are self-muted. Will you please unmute yourself? Mr. Fisher, you are self-muted. Will you please unmute yourself?
Board members, good morning. Bill Fisher, Sonoma Housing Advisors. I am the development consultant for another application. This section of the QAP has been very clear for many years. There is very specific statutory provisions about which developments are be considered under the federal rules for at-risk. It's a legislative initiative. It's clear. I know Ms. Bass is trying to fit it by somehow expanding the interpretation, but there's a list of programs that qualify for at-risk. Those of us that do a lot of at-risk know what those are, and they should have had an explanation in there as to why somehow they fit under one of those programs. So on behalf of our sponsor, we believe that this is a statutory requirement, that the board does not have discretion to waive it, and that they need to demonstrate to you today that of these list of program rules, that their paperwork ties to one of those rules. If not, then they need to come forward in the next QAP round and try and get it corrected, or they'll have to go to the legislature to get it added to the at-risk provision. This has been a separate section of the statute for many years. 15% of the credits that are allocated to the state every year go for the purposes of funding on a priority basis USDA transactions and affordable housing that is at risk of losing its rental subsidy under specific programs. So we would speak in support of the staff's recommendation and maintain the termination of Weslaco Village.
Great, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Renee, who do we have up next?
We have Ryan Sweeney, and we are looking to unmute him right now. Ryan, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you. Chair and members of the board, first of all, I just want to clarify something on the last comments. This has been a statutory thing for many years, and TDHCA has awarded, as Ms. Beth pointed, many other applications under the same contract. And you may be awarding another one today, so absent Wesco Village. But I'm not going to rehash what was said on that, but my name is Ryan Sweeney. I'm with the nonprofit developer of this project, and I thank you once again for hearing us on behalf of the city of Weslaco and their needs for affordable housing. You've heard how this application, as many have gone before, it does qualify under the CFR through HUD's own interpretation of that statute. And I want to be clear, just look at the paperwork. HUD is telling you that it qualifies. It's not legal argument. HUD is telling you. But I would like to comment briefly on the due process on this application. As we know, this project was before this board 2 weeks ago on a scoring dispute regarding the city of Weslaco CRP. Why are we here again on appeal resulting in a notice of termination that was sent at the last possible minute? Why was this not brought up and discussed 2 weeks ago? Staff's letter to us of 3 days ago seems to indicate that they did not know about the potential issue until 1 week after the board decided our last appeal. And respectfully, that's not accurate. On May 3rd, TDHCA received a request for administrative deficiency on this issue from a competing project. They sent us the formal administrative deficiency on May 26th. We submitted a response promptly and timely on June 3rd. Since that time, we have not heard a peep on this matter, over 6 weeks. During the same time frame, we received notice of a scoring adjustment on the CRP issue on May 17th. We responded to that on May 24th, and on June 7th, we did receive a response to that, which set that matter for hearing before this board 2 weeks ago. All throughout that process, there was no response or other communication on the issue at hand today. Why should a nonprofit developer have to spend thousands of dollars to defend a scoring issue when TDHCA knew that they had a potential termination issue already ready to go? Why did we have to go and do this, and why do we have to do it again? Why was it not done at the same time? Staff's response of 3 days ago seems to indicate that they did not need to do an in-depth review of this application until after the board ruled on the CRP issue 2 weeks ago. If that is the case, then what sort of review prompted the CRP issue to begin with? And why is another application with the same contract in line to get an award today? Why was that? That was not done a review. When the CRP issue was resolved by the board on July 8th, they waited an entire week before notifying us on July 15th that this matter would be heard today, the very last moment, right before TAP, right when everybody's getting ready to do awards. After 81 days of sitting on this, we were notified that this would be heard at the last possible minute. That's a gotcha. And particularly when we responded and we did not hear anything. This project qualifies for the terms of the HAP contract. All you have to do is follow your own precedent, as you have awarded many projects under the same program over the years, and you're about to award another one today. Just treat the projects the same, and this is the easiest appeal you will ever have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Renee, do we have another speaker?
Yes, we have Brad McMurray. And Brad, you are self-muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Yes, Chair Vasquez, and board members, my name is Brad McMurray, and I'm on the application team for the Weslaco Village Apartments that is requesting you grant this appeal. I'd like to call your attention to the longstanding TDHCA board precedent in making awards under at-risk set-aside to applicants with the very same Section 8 contract as Weslaco Village Apartments that was terminated by staff in response to an RFAD from a competitor. Now, if you go to page 240 of your supplement, you will see an excerpt from that RFAD that basically just describes the HUD database used to identify that Weslaco had the Section 8 NC contract that Cynthia Bass spoke on. Now, if you go to the page 242, you will see a list of 9 different projects over a period of several decades that have the exact same contract. They're listed as the same Section 8 NC, and they qualified under the at-risk set-aside in these previous years. You've had commenters talk about how this has been around forever. this is nothing new. These guys are just trying to do something. And if they were, they should have put it in their application. Well, the truth of the matter is it has been around for years, and TDHCA has approved these exact same Section 8 contracts without incident or question. Now, if we look at this, we see that, you know, I hate to be using the gotcha, but it's very, very applicable because the competitor seems to be trying to create this circumstance for their less competitive application. And it doesn't appear, I don't know, but it doesn't appear that they're really concerned about enforcing their particular interpretation of the at-risk qualifications, because an applicant that scores has the same qualifications under the same type of Section 8 contract is scheduled to be on an award in another item that follows this one. You know, something that kind of supports the got you too is that the competitor kind of included notes in their RFA or RFAD to TDHCA underwriting, apparently trying to negatively influence our application as well, when TDHCA underwriters are highly skilled in applying their own requirements. So if you go to page 243 of the supplement, you will see an excerpt from that same HUD database that shows Weslaco Village, and then also this other applicant, Longview Square Apartments, that is scheduled in the at-risk to receive an award. Both are marked with Section 8 NC. So both of them qualify for the very same reason. So we feel that if you don't grant this appeal, then you've treated Weslaco Village differently than similar applications in the cycle. We've also been treated differently than a long list of precedent that's been set without issue. And we really believe that not granting this application would be both arbitrary and inconsistent with this longstanding precedent that's been in existence for over a decade. So something too to look at this, instead of these splitting the hairs. If you look at Weslaco, it's an existing Section 8 development built in the late 70s. It's composed of 44 units that serve families in need, and it's reached the end of its useful life. It needs to be reconstructed, and this provides funding, Section 8, that actually allows them to pay their rent based on their ability to pay. Now, we believe that all state statutes have been followed in applying in the previous awards, and also they would be followed if you supported this appeal and gave it to Weslaco Village and Longview Square. Now, in granting,
I'm going to need to ask you to wrap up your comments here. I
think that's basically it. I think with Senator Lucio, you saw the incredible need for the affordable housing in Hidalgo County. This preserves existing, so that was just for new. This is preserving the existing. So we thank you for your consideration and ask that you grant the appeal.
Great, thank you. Renee, do we have one more?
We have actually two more speakers, and so we are looking to unmute Robbie Meyer. Robbie, you are self-muted. Can you hear us? Robbie Meyer, you are self-muted. Can you hear us? Oh, she no longer wishes to speak. She just popped up in the questions box.
Right, okay.
And then next, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, so what do we have after that?
We have Tracy Fine. Tracy, you are self-muted. Will you please unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I want to point out that the new construction program that is mentioned by Cynthia and Brad is under a program called the HUD New Construction Rental Assistance Part 880. And I also wanted to point out that in this past 87th legislative session, Representative Moody filed House Bill 2296 that would have added this particular program, the HUD Part 880 New Construction Program, along with Part 881, to list of eligible developments to at risk. Clearly, they weren't interpreting Part 886 to be broadly covering this program. Unfortunately, this bill failed. House Bill 2296 failed along with several other affordable housing bills aimed at improving the tax credit program. I personally spent a lot of time at the Capitol trying to get this very narrow, dated, and quite frankly, terrible at-risk language tweaked. None of those bills passed this session. So granting the appeal would still be in violation of the at-risk code. Last meeting, an application was terminated since statute required notification of a superintendent. A simple human error of notifying the incorrect superintendent got the application terminated. The Wesco points out 9 deals have flown under the radar on this very technical issue and were previously funded. And as mentioned, there's another application about to walk out the door with an award with the very same issue flying under the radar. I'm willing to guess that someone else maybe got funded after notifying the wrong superintendent. Unfortunately, it seems that some applications get caught and some don't. Part of me wants this to be granted, this appeal. To try to get something changed in legislation is nearly impossible. This should be added. Should you grant this appeal, does that mean that we don't have to go back to the legislature and ask that Part 80 be added? Would it just already be assumed to be included? I want to point that out, and I'm the first to say that the statute unfortunately does not support the needs of preservation in our state. I just don't know whether the board has the ability to rule over that. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you, Ms. Fine. I believe we can bring back up Marnie if any board members have some follow-up questions based on the testimony. I do have one question. I believe I heard and I see in the board materials that HUD made statements that this property qualified. Was that correct? I think under Part 886.
So Part 886 is a broader piece of the federal code. Our statute calls for qualification under the at-risk set-aside under Part A and Part C, and is very specific to those requirements, not the broader Part 886, which encompasses other programs and other requirements.
Is that period? Okay, all right.
Yes, all I can speak to, I think that all that I can speak to as the director of the Multifamily Finance Division is what our statute says, which is that it has to come in under one of these two parts of Part 886. I am not expert in that entire body of federal code.
Okay, board members, do you have any other?
Mr. Chair, I have a question, and maybe it's more appropriately directed towards Bobby or Bo. I mean, is this a comparable situation to 2 weeks ago, or is this something where the board has discretion?
This is Bo Eccles. I will say that the definition in the competitive tax credit section of 2306 is very, very specific about what will qualify for at-risk as a recipient of Section 8 benefits, and that is Subpart A and Subpart C. To the idea that there may have been previous applications that, as Ms. Fine said, snuck under the radar, doesn't mean that it's okay for the board to say, okay, well, we can knowingly go against what is being brought in front of us. This is not really a matter of interpretation so much as does this qualify under the very narrow definition. If there's some other part of the definition of at risk that they would qualify under, it should certainly be brought up. But otherwise, as it has been mentioned, this is an issue to take up with the legislature. I don't really see an interpretive position for the board to try to nuance.
But I guess I struggle with this issue because we're not only being if we were to not grant this appeal, we would not only be inconsistent what we've done in the past, we'd be inconsistent within this same field of applicants. So
I'm not sure.
Respectfully, I am not able to confirm that that is in fact the case. And if we are aware of another applicant that is ineligible, it would have been similarly terminated. So,
I mean, somebody put up snippets from the HUD site that shows the same S8NC. And if that's supposed to be the determining factor, I guess the one thing I'm also asking is there agreement that it's not under A or C just because the HUD site references S8, new construction? I mean, is that for sure? It doesn't reference the old, Ackerman? Maybe Cynthia Bass, somebody can comment on that, but I mean, we're banking a lot on the fact and we're making a determination that it doesn't fall within A or C because of this S8NC, lettering.
We are banking on, we asked them, how do you qualify under at risk? And they didn't tell us that they met any of the very specific criteria in our statute.
Okay, Paul, everyone, if you'll bear with me, I would like to, since that's a very specific question that you're asking, I'd like to ask if we can bring back up the applicant's counsel, Ms. Bast, to see if she can concisely add some clarification on this. Can you do that, Renee?
Yes. Cynthia, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. This is Cynthia Bast, and thank you for the further inquiry. I am not by any means a complete historical expert on Section 8. Project-based Section 8 started when I was in elementary school. But I will tell you this, I spent a considerable amount of time understanding these various programs over the weekend. And first of all, if you look up 24 CFR Part 886, there are only two subparts. There's A and there's C. There's no broader body of law for 24 CFR 886. We admit that 24 CFR 886 related to programs for existing housing properties with mortgage subsidy that were at risk and needed to be restructured with their rent subsidy and their mortgage subsidy. That is correct. The new construction program for project-based Section 8 did occur and does occur under Part 880. That is correct as well. So what I have learned from all of the guidance out there is that subparts A and C are the LMSA program. And then if you look at HUD's database, they would be coded as LMSA. The subpart 880 is the new construction program. And if you look at HUD's database, they would be coded as S8NC. And so that's why we're making this distinction. But both of those, Part 880 and 886, were folded together when this mark-to-market legislation occurred, and HUD acknowledged that both of these sets of properties needed preservation and needed restructuring. And so to also clarify the record, the point that I was making with regard to this particular property is if you look at its Section 8 contract, its Section 8 contract says that for housing quality standards, it will abide by 24 CFR Part 886. And Part 886, that is subpart C. That housing quality standards provision is in subpart C. So our point is that there's a linkage. HUD has linked it, Congress has linked it in passing the mark-to-market legislation. I acknowledge what Ms. Fine said with regard to the legislation that was proposed this year and agree that it could be clarified. Honestly, when I saw the data that TDHCA had awarded 9 S8NC properties in the past, and was getting ready to award another one other than West Lucko Village this cycle, I believed it was because TDHCA had looked at this and made the interpretation that if you have a project-based Section 8 contract, we acknowledge that all of those project-based Section 8 contracts need preservation. And so that it was a logical interpretation of the statute and the rule. So hopefully I've answered your questions. I'm happy to answer anything else, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Ms. Bast. Mr. Braden, did that address some of your?
It addressed some of them, but I guess a couple of follow-up questions to Cynthia. So Cynthia, there is no subchapter B of this 886, then it must have been deleted at some point?
Yes, Mr. Braden, that is correct. It was, let's see, the beauty of doing this virtually. No, I don't have the date on which it was eliminated, but it is marked as reserved.
What about our statute that referenced A and C? When was that put in? Does anybody know that? What I'm trying to get a feel for was, is it the fact that the legislature put that in place at one point in time, and then the federal program has evolved, and really the successor to A and C, are these other, S8 and C, and it's just that nothing has caught up with it. But just like you wouldn't interpret a statute that the programs are gone, you would interpret it to the successor program underneath that. Is there grounds to make that type of interpretation?
I think there could be. I mean, as Mr. Fisher noted, this definition has been in place for a considerable time. So I think that's possible. But again, I've only had 2 business days to prepare for this appeal, so I don't have all of the history of the Section 8 program, and I'm sure there's someone out there in the cyberspace who might know more than I do on that particular issue.
I mean, it sounds like the statutes and the rugs haven't quite caught up with what the programs are in terms of what our statute is, and it does sound like maybe we need to tweak it, but I guess I struggle with interpreting something that we know that's evolved. And now, this property, at least what we've been told, clearly has Section 8, funding associated with it.
Bobby, did you look like you were wanting to chime in?
The definitions section, at least, has been amended, fairly recently, as recently as 2017, 13, 15, 17. I know there's been some tweaks to the at-risk definition, or at least some attempts over the last few sessions. It is very oddly specific. That's what we're struggling with here.
This is Bo Eccles. I'll have to double check this, but it's possible that the at-risk definition went in 2001, and that would have been after the mark-to-market legislation that's been raised here.
Okay, I believe the board understands the issues here at play, and whether we decide it's a Section 8 eligible, or, I mean, it still qualifies in the big picture, even though the narrow discussion or narrow classification that staff was using, and I'm not saying they were incorrectly using it, but whether, again, it still qualifies under the bigger umbrella. Which I'm personally comfortable with, but I can understand if others are not. I'm personally comfortable with it being classified as eligible, but again, that's just one opinion out of 6. Does anyone any other board member care to make a comment or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, will this reopen the Laredo issue?
No, the Laredo's closed, decided.
Okay.
Again, does anyone want to make a motion to approve the appeal or deny the appeal? Does anyone have a coin?
I have a question, and I think Marty may have already said that we don't know the answer to it. So this other application that is being referenced in this round with similar, the SANC, is there some difference that makes that application eligible where this one is being terminated?
So if in fact the other application does not fall under one of these 2 categories or some other category, we have not in the course of our review made that determination. We have not found that information. Our review indicated that the other application that's being referred to is in fact eligible to participate in the at-risk set-aside, as I am sure was the situation with all of the past applications that have been referred to by the appellant in this situation.
Okay, since we need to get this moving along, as chairman, I will take the prerogative to make a motion, and everyone can vote as you see fit. So regarding application 21185 Westlaco Village Apartments, I move the board grant the appeal by the applicant and that the application be reinstated. Is there a second?
Second. Marchant, second.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant. All those in favor of the motion to grant the appeal, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye, Mr. Chairman.
I oppose or nay against?
I apologize. I oppose.
Oppose, okay.
I oppose as well.
If I can make just a general comment, Mr. Chairman, you know, again, from listening to council, it's clear that it's just not exactly clear to me that we're exactly following the statute on this. And, you know, I think, again, we found ourselves in a position where we're kind of going a little bit out of bounds on this. I mean, not to bring up the Laredo issue, but I think, you know, it was a similar thing. And I feel like we're bending the rules for one applicant and we didn't for another. And, you know, I would just like to personally see a little bit more consistency.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Batch. Noting that Mr. Batch and Mr. Thomas vote opposed to the motion, we have Mr. Braden, Ms. Thomason, Mr. Marchant, and myself as chair for the motion. So the motion carries to grant the appeal. And I appreciate everyone's input on this. Also, I do believe these are a different set of circumstances from the infamous Laredo case. So moving along, I have late breaking information that the 21206 Woodcrest appeal has been withdrawn. Therefore, we are complete with the appeals, and it is 11:20. We still have the additional rest of the agenda to complete, so staff, don't go away, don't go far. Let's go ahead and take a approximately 10-minute break. So we'll recess here at 11:20 and start promptly at 11:30. So we stand in recess, and I'll see you all back in about 10 minutes. Paul, are you back with us? Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Braden will be reconnecting. Can everyone hear me? Are we broadcasting?
Yes, we are.
There he is. Okay, it is by my clock 11:32. So the board meeting of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs will recommence, and we will go back to the original order of the agenda and move to item 4. 4A is presentation, discussion, and possible action on the state fiscal year 2021 ending homelessness fund awards. And we have Ms. Fursip up to present this information.
Abby, you're muted.
Thank you. I was muted twice, so I undid one, but not the other. Good morning. It's still morning. Chairman Vasquez and board members, I'm Abigail Versip. I'm the director of our single family and homeless programs at the department. I'll be presenting the next 4 items on the agenda today. The first item for consideration is item 4A, which is a recommendation for awards under the Ending Homelessness Fund, or the EH Fund, what we call it internally. The EH Fund is a unique funding source because it's entirely funded through donations that Texans can make to help end homelessness when they register or renew their registration for their vehicle. Through the donations of generous Texans for this important purpose, we're able to recommend awards totaling over $450,000 today to 9 eligible subrecipients. The funds can be used for assistance to persons experiencing homelessness and those at risk of homelessness, including funding for emergency shelters, essential services, case management, and rental assistance, among other needs. The funds are available only to cities and counties, and our current rule allows for the funds to be distributed equally among cities and counties that have a current award of funding from either our Emergency Solutions Grants program or our Homeless Housing and Services program. We're recommending awards to 9 cities that meet this criteria and that have accepted funding. The list of cities is included in attachment A to this item. One city, the city of Houston, was also eligible and offered an award, but declined to apply. Each city would receive $51,804 from the fund if these awards are approved. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you, Ms. Fursip. Do any board members have questions on this item? I'm upset with my hometown here, but otherwise happy about the agenda item. This is great that every little bit helps and it adds up. So I assume we have no one to speak on this item. Is that correct?
We have no one in queue. Yes, that's correct.
Great. The chair will entertain a motion on item 4A.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board authorize the executive director and his designees to effectuate award of the Ending Homelessness Fund as fully expressed in the board action request for this item.
Great, thank you. Motion made by Mr. Batch. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Thomason. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, motion carries. Moving on to 4B, presentation, discussion, and possible action on state fiscal years 2020 and 2021 homeless housing and services program reallocations and extension requests. Ms. Versa, please continue.
Yes, thank you. So the HHSP is a state-funded program. We provide funds annually to cities in Texas with a population that exceeds 285,500 persons under two separate set-asides. The general HHSP set-aside is the larger of the two and provides funding for homelessness prevention and homelessness services to eligible applicants. The smaller youth set-aside is designated to provide assistance to Texans under the age of 24 that are experiencing homelessness. So those funds aren't utilized for prevention, just homelessness. The funds that were awarded to 9 cities from the 2020 general and youth set-asides were not fully expended by the expiration of their contract terms. The cities that were not fully expended were notified that their funds that were remaining would be deobligated at the end of the term and made available for reallocation. And with the exception of the city of Dallas, all unexpended funds have been deobligated. The funds total $1,336 in general set-aside funds and $31,319 in youth set-aside funds. We recommend that these funds are awarded to the city or to the city's designated nonprofit that has the highest expenditure rate for their own award of 2020 HHSP funds, so long as doing so wouldn't cause the award to be more than 125% of what they were originally awarded. Using this methodology, Haven for Hope, the designee for the city of San Antonio, would be awarded the $1,336 in general set-aside funds, and the city of El Paso would be awarded the $31,319 in youth set-aside funds. Both of these were the highest expended in their set-aside, and neither award would cause the total award to exceed 125% of what they were originally allotted. Additionally, when the deobligation notices were sent to subrecipients that hadn't fully expended, the city of Dallas submitted an appeal to their deobligation and an explanation of the low expenditure rate under their youth set-aside contract. So they did expend appropriately under their general set-aside, but their youth set-aside wasn't fully expended. At the end of the original term, the city had reported expenditures equal to about 21% of the youth set-aside funds. They'd already requested and they were already granted a 6-month extension, which ended on February 28, 2021. However, they had procured a service provider and contracted with them for a term that didn't expire until February 28, 2022. When the appeal related to deobligation of funds was granted, the city submitted an extension request to align the HHSP contract with the service provider contract. In total, that's going to exceed the amount of time that staff can grant for an extension. They also requested that their 2021 youth set-aside contract be extended for a term of more than 6 months. So we rolled those into this same item. Their 2021 HHSP youth set-aside contract at that time was only 3% expended. We do recommend approval of both of these extension requests. They have contracted with a service provider that is a regular contractor under our ESG program and is known to be very responsible and responsive in expending funds. They just thought they had a year longer than they really did. So I hope I can answer any questions you have about either the reallocation of the 2020 funds or the extension request for the city of Dallas.
Great. Thank you for the background. Do any board members have questions on item 4B?
I just had one question. So is that February 28th, 2022 for both the 20 and the 21 amounts?
No, for the 2021, they asked for that February 28th, 2022 date.
Okay.
for the 2020 funds. For the 2021 funds, they wanted to extend that out to May 30th, 2022. Those funds will still be available to us through the comptroller, and it just provides them a little bit of buffer to get them all fully expended.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Renee, we do not have anyone lined up for public comment on this item?
No, there is no one lined up for public comment.
Okay, unless any board members have further questions, I will entertain a motion on item 4B.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board authorize the executive director and his designees to effectuate awards of reallocated homeless housing services program contract funds and to extend the city of Dallas's 2020 and 2021 HHSP contracts as fully expressed in the board action request for this item.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Mr. Thomas. Do we have a second?
A second, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Mr. Batch. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving on to 4C, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the state fiscal year 2022 Home Housing and Services Program Awards. Again, Ms. Versa.
Thank you. This presentation is going to be blessedly brief since we just discussed HHSP in the last item. Now we're switching gears to new awards for the 2022 allocation of HHSP that was approved in the last legislative session. So for the first year of the biennium, we're able to award about $4.7 million in general set aside and $1.5 million in youth set aside. The youth set aside is a fixed amount based on the requirements of Rider 16. The amount awarded under the general set aside is determined by taking the total allocation, reducing it by the youth set aside of $1.5 million, and also the TDHCA administrative funds that we hold from HHSP, which is $48,000 for 2022. The funds are then distributed to eligible cities using an allocation formula that's codified in our administrative code. Eligible cities are notified of their allocation amounts and asked to submit an abbreviated application that includes their budget, their plan, and administrative paperwork we need to get into an award. Eligible cities can either directly administer HHSP or they can choose a nonprofit to contract with TDHCA on their behalf. So that awards can be made to either cities or nonprofits, but it's at the city's discretion. A previous participation review and awards are recommended to IRAC. At the time the board book posted, we were still pending IRAC approval for both Haven for Hope and the City of Houston, but Haven for Hope, their award has been approved by IRAC now, so only the City of Houston is pending approval at this time. We're recommending awards conditioned on this one IRAC approval that's outstanding for City of Houston. The award recommendations for both the general and the youth set-asides are in attachment A to this item, and please let me know if you have any questions about this.
Great, thank you again, Abigail. Do any board members have questions on item 4C? And again, I believe we have no one in the queue to speak.
That is correct.
So, Chair will entertain a motion on item 4C of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move the board authorize the executive director and his designees to effectuate awards of homeless housing service program contracts for general funds and youth set-aside funds as fully expressed in the board action request for this item.
Thank you. Motion made by Mr. Braden. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Thomason. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving along to item 4D, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 2022 through 2023 Texas Housing Trust Fund Biennial Plan. And one more for Ms. Versa.
One more. So this plan that's presented to you today, it sets forth the use of funds for the Texas Housing Trust Fund. Upon approval, the plan is going to be submitted to the Legislative Budget Board, House Appropriations Committee, and the Senate Finance Committee. Currently, TDHCA operates two housing programs funded by the Texas Housing Trust Fund. The first is the Texas Bootstrap Loan Program. We call it Bootstrap for short. Bootstrap provides financing. It's usually in the form of a purchase money note for housing that was built using self-help. Participants can receive a bootstrap loan of up to $45,000 at 0% interest. And in return, they have to provide at least 65% of the labor required to build their home. We provide Bootstrap through a network of administrators who can either be nonprofit entities or colonial self-help centers. The vast majority of our Bootstrap administrators are affiliates of Habitat for Humanity. They also provide financing for the projects. Since with a statutory cap of $45,000, Bootstrap is a very important piece, but the deals do have to be layered. None of the families assisted under Bootstrap have an income which exceeds 60% of the median family income. Statutorily, we need to program $3 million a year for the Bootstrap program. And while the appropriation didn't allow for all of this to come from appropriated funds in the next biennium, the difference is made up from interest and earnings loan repayments from prior Texas Housing Trust Fund activities, many of which are Bootstrap. So the program is feeding itself. The second program that we operate with the Texas Housing Trust Fund is the Amy Young Barrier Removal Program, which was launched in 2010. The program is named in honor of Amy Young, who is a public policy analyst and advocate for Texans with disabilities. The program improves the quality of life for persons with disabilities and allows low-income households that need accessibility modifications for their disability to receive a grant of up to $22,500 for modification and limited repairs related to health and safety for their homes. For the 2022 to 2023 biennium, the proposed plan allocates a total of about $2.9 million in funds for this important purpose. Additionally, the plan includes authority to use $250,000 of this flexible funding for single-family workout activities. From time to time, unanticipated events occur when we're dealing with single-family programs and, these households, and the funds may be used to resolve issues when they arise, when other funding sources wouldn't permit it. These funds are set aside specifically for the department to utilize, and they come from repayments, and they are not made available to the public. Please let me know if you have any questions about the plan or comments.
Very good, thank you. Do any board members have questions on this item, 4D? Okay, hearing none. We do not have any speakers lined up for this item. Is that correct, Renee?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion on item 4D of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that the board approve and submit the proposed 2022-2023 Texas Housing Trust Fund biennial plan and authorize the executive director and his designees to draft and release notices of funding availability based on this plan as outlined in the board action request item.
Great, thank you. Motion made by Ms. Thomason. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Braden. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Abigail.
Thank you.
Good job. Item 5 has been removed from the agenda. So we are continuing direct back to item 6A. Presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding eligibility under 10 TAC section 11.101B1C related to ineligibility of developments within certain school attendance zones for villas at Shriners Point. application 21612 in San Angelo. And Marnie's back.
Good morning again. As described, 6A discusses the eligibility for villas at Shriners Point. This is an application that is currently on the department's waiting list for a bond reservation. The proposed new construction development falls within the attendance zone of an elementary and middle school that received a 2019 rating of F by TEA and a 2018 improvement required rating. These ratings would render the development site ineligible under the QAP. Historically, Goliad Elementary School achieved Met Standard ratings for 2015, 2016, and 2017, while Lincoln Middle School achieved a Met Standard rating for 2015 and 2016. Worth noting is that the high school the elementary and middle school feeds into achieved a 2019 rating of B and a 2018 Met Standard rating. Although there is a neighborhood risk factor relating to schools, that is for those schools that have met a rating combination of F and Met Standard or D and improvement required. As a neighborhood risk factor, information could be provided that would serve to mitigate the school ratings and staff would find the site eligible. With this particular rating combination, F and improvement required, the site is considered ineligible with no opportunity to mitigate. As the 2020 program year unfolded in a COVID-19 environment, the board waived the neighborhood risk factor relating to schools. Sites could be found eligible and no mitigation was required. The 2021 QAP was adopted in the same manner, no mitigation was required. Despite the academic disruption caused by the pandemic, the ineligibility aspect of the school rating history remained in the QAP. There are materials in your package that speak to the decision by TEA to pause the accountability ratings for the 2021 school year, so there isn't an accurate picture of school improvement that could be obtained. The waiver provision in the QAP is specific regarding the need for waiver to be granted. Notwithstanding the school ratings, the applicant represents that the current supply of affordable housing in San Angelo is insufficient. According to the department's property inventory, there were only 7 multifamily properties in San Angelo, with the earliest dating back to 2005, and the most recent development was in 2018 for 48 affordable units. Of the 7 existing properties, 3 are elderly and 4 serve the general population. All of these developments were funded through the department's competitive 9% tax credit program. The private activity bond and non-competitive 4% programs have been an underutilized funding source for development in San Angelo. Staff believes that the board could find that the construction of the proposed development would serve to not only maximize the number of affordable units added to the state's housing supply, but also better provide for the housing needs of low-income families within the community as articulated in the department's governing statute. The pandemic has caused disruptions to the TEA accountability system that are not within the applicant's control. Where it has been determined that a multifamily development is the highest and best use of a site, where it is zoned appropriately and has been preliminarily determined to be financially feasible, are factors that could further the department's responsibilities under statute. Despite the recommendation of ineligibility regarding the requirements of 10 TAC 11.101B1C based on the totality of the information provided, the board could find that the waiver request meets the requirements of 10 TAC 11.207. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marnie. Do any board members have questions for Ms. Holloway? And note that I believe we do have speakers lined up for this item.
Yes, we have Morgan Chagwidden. We're looking to unmute now.
Okay.
Morgan, you are self-muted. Will you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I believe so. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Morgan Chegwin, Assistant Director of City of San Angelo's Neighborhood and Family Services, and I'm grateful for the opportunity today to speak to the board. We are in support of Project 21612, the villas at Shriners Point, that's in front of you today. As mentioned, in 2005, the city initiated a neighborhood revitalization program with the goal of eliminating slum and blight, and part of this strategy included utilizing all available resources, with low-income housing tax credits being the most significant program to help increase the affordable housing stock in our community. The landscape in the neighborhoods targeted for revitalization looks radically different today in 2021 from when revitalization efforts began. That landscape includes almost 500 new apartment units that were either renovated or reconstructed, approximately 300 new homes constructed, and about 1,260 homes rehabbed by the coalition partners, and another 1,200 rehabbed by residents and contractors. That also includes new sidewalks, boundary barriers, street repairs. In general, we're just doing all the things to bring our community to be even better and better. Over $70 million in improvements have been made in neighborhoods that had previously been ignored. In addition, the tax base has been meaningfully expanded and property values have multiplied, and of course, crime has decreased. The value of the tax credit program cannot be overstated. It's an incredibly important tool for our neighborhood revitalization efforts, and we encourage the board to consider awarding credits to villas at Shriners Point. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Chegwin. Renee, who do we have next?
We have Cynthia Bast, and we are looking to unmute her now. Cynthia, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Cynthia Bast of Loch Lord, representing the applicant for this request. I will be addressing the legal issues on this matter for the record. Staff has already laid out that this request can be granted under the rule based on the unique facts and circumstances of the proposed development. In this presentation, you have heard or will hear that all of the criteria of the rule are satisfied. The applicant must demonstrate that the need for the waiver is beyond its control. The rule provides examples for circumstances outside an applicant's control, including local land codes or other city mandates. You heard that the City of San Angelo has specifically identified this development site in a revitalization area where it wants to encourage development. The rule directs the board to consider whether finding this development site eligible would further the agency's purposes under the Texas Government Code. This governing statute directs, among other things, that TDHCA should, above all, provide housing for residents in need of affordable housing who have no other means of assistance. The applicant has shown that San Angelo has an urgent need for affordable housing for families with a 0.5% vacancy rate in the current stock. Additionally, the statute says that TDHCA should assist with the development and redevelopment of communities as part of its government purpose. The applicant has shown that the development site is in a priority area for revitalization as designated by the city. As staff has noted, we request that the board find that the construction of this development would serve the statutory mandates for the agency. Finally, the rule states that the board may not grant a waiver that would waive a requirement in statute. We are not asking you to do that. Indeed, as I previously stated, granting this request fulfills the goals of the agency's governing statute. So in light of these factors, we believe the rules permit and support the board's finding that this development site is eligible for an allocation of 4% housing tax credits with tax-exempt bonds. Thank you very much for your time.
Cynthia, before you go, do you all have anyone lined up to actually address the issue of, are there efforts being made to improve the schools?
Yes, sir, and we do have additional commentary coming. Thank you.
Okay, great. Renee, let's go ahead for the next speaker.
Okay, we have Justin McDonald, and we are looking to unmute him now.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. My name is Justin McDonald. I am the lead of the applicant team for this development. I'm not going to rehash what staff has gone over in their presentation or what we submitted in our written comments. but I believe we do address the issues around school quality in our written comments. So Chairman Vasquez, I would direct you to that. I'm primarily here to answer any questions, but I do just want to reiterate that we've been working with the city to revitalize the northern part of San Angelo. We've done more than one project here so far, so we're very aware of the need in this area. There's quite a bit of data that's emerging to demonstrate that in fact the schools are not the cause of blight in an area, but rather are an effect. And so providing stable quality housing is itself a mitigation factor for improving the school system. You also heard that the high school that these schools feed into has already got a B grade in the last year that grades were issued by TEA. And additionally, since we've now gone 2 years without having any A through F grades, we feel that it would not be fair to penalize this neighborhood simply as an effect of the pandemic and a lack of data. Again, you've heard from the city, and they're very supportive. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I just ask that you favorably look at this waiver request and grant it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Renee, who's next?
I believe Tamea Dula didn't say if it was for this item. She just said matters under item 6 may need to speak, but I don't have anyone else in queue for villas at Shriners Point at the moment.
Okay, great. Do any board members have any further questions on this item? Hearing none, would anyone care to make a motion on item 6A?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion. I move the board grant the requested limited waiver of the rule regarding ineligibility of developments within certain school attendance zones for villas at Shiner Points.
Great, motion made by Mr. Braden. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Marchant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving right along to 6B, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the Second Amendment to the 2021-1 multifamily direct loan notice of funding. I believe Marnie's still up. Marnie says she's had enough.
Sorry about that. I'm just talking away. Before we get started on this NOFA amendment, I wanted to give y'all a super quick update on our -3 NOFA that was recently approved to assist specifically the 2020 applications that were suffering from construction price increases. Our first application deadline was yesterday. We've received 9 applications using up just about half of the funds that are available. So we're hopeful that in the next couple of months, we'll use up the rest of it and we'll be able to assist those applications moving forward. I thought y'all would like to know that that's what's going on. For the 2021-1 NOFA, this annual NOFA included $31,740,258 in home funds for the general set-aside, of which $3 million has been awarded, and there's another application pending before you later on today. The general set-aside has been consistently undersubscribed in the recent past, which raises concerns for risks due to undercommitment. While that risk has been mitigated to some extent by HUD waivers, this cannot be expected to extend indefinitely. Furthermore, preservation of existing affordable housing is a department priority under our statute. Staff considered informal feedback from our borrowers and applicants, and we also consulted with the Rural Rental Housing Association of Texas in designing proposed changes to the NOFA. All indicated that conventional loans are currently more attractive than TDHCA general set-aside loans once the required interest rate and cost of compliance with federal cross-cutting requirements is incorporated into the analysis. These cross-cutting requirements are primarily the Davis-Bacon Act and Uniform Relocation Act. In response to these concerns, staff is proposing the creation of a new preservation activity, which includes a reduction of the minimum interest rate to zero and adds a grant of up to $50,000 per loan for costs related to compliance with Davis-Bacon and Relocation Act. In addition, we are proposing to increase administrative efficiency by providing the Real Estate Analysis Division greater flexibility to adjust direct loan terms and payments in response to superior loan revisions that commonly occur after award but prior to closing, so long as the loan continues to meet feasibility requirements through waiver of a portion of the requirements in our direct loan rule relating to the closing memo to the underwriting report. Specifically, staff recommends that the sentence requiring board approval for any changes to the principal amount or scheduled payment amounts of superior loans that could result in a debt coverage ratio fluctuating by more than 0.05 be waived. Staff recommends amendment of the 2021-1 NOFA to add the preservation activity under which the department will make loans of an interest rate of as little as 0% and grants of up to $50,000 available for compliance with federal cross-cutting requirements, and recommends waiver of the requirement in 10 TAC 13.1B relating to closing memo to the underwriting report that board approval is required for DCR fluctuations of greater than 0.05. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Marnie. Do any board members have questions for Marnie on this item? And Renee, we don't have anyone lined up to speak on this?
No, we do not.
Okay, in that case, the chair will entertain a motion on item 6B.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the amendments to the 2021-1 multifamily direct loan notice of funds availability, waive the requirement of board approval for changes to principal or scheduled payment amounts of superior loans that result in the debt coverage ratio fluctuating by more than 0.05, and direct the executive director and his designees to execute any such documents as necessary to effectuate these actions as described in this board action item.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Thomason, for the detailed motion. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Mr. Thomas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Moving right along to 6C, presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding awards of direct loan funds from the 2021-1 multifamily direct loan notice of funding availability to 9% housing tax credit layered applications. Martin, please go ahead.
There are two applications we'll be discussing. The Reserves at Holdsworth is a proposed 36-unit tax credit direct loan layered development that would be newly constructed in Kerrville. 10 units of those 36 will be designated as direct loan units at either 30% or 50% of AMI. Subject to final underwriting, the construction of permanent home loan will be $1 million. It is proposed to be hard repayable with a 2.5% interest rate, 30-year amortization period, and a 15-year term at the second lien position. A review of principles of application 21114 to meet federal requirements has not been completed, and the department will not contract with the applicant unless all persons and principals are eligible under those federal requirements. Boulevard 61 is a proposed 100-unit tax credit DL development to be newly constructed in Houston. 7 of the units will be designated as direct loan units at 30% of AMI. The construction to perm trust fund loan will be $1,440,000. It's proposed to be soft repayable with a 0% interest rate, 35-year amortization period, and an 18-year term in the second lien position. Staff recommends a home award under the general set aside totaling no more than $1 million for application 21114, the reserves at Holdsworth, and a National Housing Trust Fund award under the soft repayment set aside totaling no more than $1,440,000 for application 21131 Boulevard 61 be approved. Of course, these awards are subject to award of the 9% housing tax credits to both applications at this meeting.
Okay, do board members have questions for Marnie on this item? And I have just one question as to whether we should be voting these as one item or two separate items. Bobby or Bo?
Yeah. Oh, does it matter? I mean, we're not going to do the tax credit awards one by one. Hope not.
That's different. Okay, so it's okay just to do this as one vote then, I take it, the way it's presented.
Absolutely, unless a board member wants to make a motion to separate them out because they have different feelings of one versus another.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bo. I believe there are no speakers lined up for this item.
There are no speakers lined up for this item.
Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion on all the items in 6C.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the awards for the reserves at Holdsworth and Boulevard 61 as described in and subject to each and every condition as expressed in the board action request on this item.
Thank you. Motion made by Mr. Batch. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Thomason. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So this brings us to, we've done all the items in 6D on the agenda, so we are now at 6E. Presentation, discussion, and possible action confirming obligations for those properties recommended for an award of competitive low-income housing tax credits that sought and were awarded 1 point for committing at least an additional 2% of the total units to persons referred from the continuum of care or local homeless service providers to be made available for those experiencing homelessness under 10 TAC section 11.9C6 related to residents with special housing needs. Ms. Holloway.
This board item is largely administrative and is dependent on our next item, 6F, which is our 9% award. Wanted to let everyone who's listening know that we have now posted to the board page a revised application list after the post appeal items. So taking into account all of the appeal actions that you took previously, and of course that will impact the list of applications for this item. The residents with special housing needs scoring item asks that applicants pledge to provide 2% of their units to persons who are referred from the continuum of care. At most, every part of the state has some kind of continuum of care group or local homeless service providers, that they will provide 2% of those units to persons who are experiencing homeless. This item confirms that they have made that selection and confirms their obligation to provide those units in accordance with the QAP. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marnie. Do any board members have questions on this item 6E? Hearing none, and I believe there's no speakers that wish to speak, they're just available. Is that correct, Renee?
I'm scrolling down the list, but I believe you are correct. That is correct.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll entertain a motion on item 6E of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move the board require for all applications for 2021 competitive tax credits that have sought and were awarded 1 point for committing at least an additional 2% of the total units to be made available for those experiencing homelessness, that this condition be included in their land use restriction agreement with the department, all as fully described and conditioned in the board action request on this item.
Thank you. Motion made by Mr. Thomas. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, who was that? Paul? Okay.
Yes, sir.
By Mr. Braden. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Now, well, should we take another half-hour break or anything? Or should we just move along to 6F?
The revised log has been posted to the board page on our website. Alina has been working in the background and got that all ready and up for us, and particularly with the help of our board moderators and our IS staff, which we very much appreciate. So if you'd like to move forward, we can do that.
Okay, well then I'll introduce item 6F on the agenda. Presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding awards from the 2021 State Competitive Housing Credit Ceiling and approval of the waiting list for the 2021 Competitive Housing Tax Credit application round. Marnie, do you want to summarize anything?
Certainly. Let me just tell you a little bit about what's involved in this board item. There are a number of reports included. The first is a recommended applications from the at-risk USDA nonprofit set-aside and the rural and regional allocations. This is a complete list of applications recommended for award for competitive housing tax credits. You'll see it's up on your screen right now. You can't really read it because it's really tiny. But that is available on the board information page as a separate item so that you can take a look at it. The second report is active applications from at-risk USDA and nonprofit set-asides and the rural and urban regional allocations. This is a complete list of all applications recommended for an award and the waiting list of all active applications not recommended for award. So this includes any application that continues to be eligible to receive an award. Report 3, or what used to be called Report 3, but is the action item you just took up, is commitments under continuum of care. The list of those applicants duplicates the board item regarding applications. Report 4 is the credit ceiling summary, which includes funding amounts for the at-risk USDA and nonprofit set-asides, the sub-regional allocations, and elderly development maximum percentages. The fifth report is the real estate analysis summaries that were available on the date of publication. These include conditions that are placed on awards from underwriting. I can tell you that a number of real estate report, underwriting report have been published even this morning, so that REA is continuing their work there. The sixth report is a summary of conditions that are placed on awards that have been recommended by ERAC as a result of previous participation reviews and by staff as a result of application reviews. The seventh report is public input provided for all active and eligible applications. The total amount of competitive housing tax credits available for the state of Texas to allocate in, I don't have the right number, is on the report. Before the end of the year, we may receive additional credits from the national pool or from previously awarded applications returning credits. These credits will be allocated to applications on the waiting list. For credits that are, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things at the same time. There are 70 applications totaling $84,681,711 being awarded today. That's 99.88% of the available funds. In making recommendations, staff relied on IRS requirements, regional allocations, set-aside requirements, scores, and the allocation methodology set out in the QAP. These recommendations are reflected in the commitments on your award list. The waiting list includes all applications that are not being recommended to the board for an award today, which have not been terminated or withdrawn. If additional credits become available before the end of the calendar year, applications will be awarded from that waiting list. We will hold all available credits after today's awards until September 30th in order to gather up any that may become when the commitments are submitted. In the event that there aren't enough credits to fund the next eligible application prior to the end of the year, staff may hold to see if additional credits are returned or offer the applicant an opportunity to adjust the size of their credit request. So that would be the next applicant down on our collapse list. Some applications do not yet have final underwriting assessments. These applications are considered conditionally recommended by ERAC, with the condition being the completion of the underwriting assessment and recommendation of award or award with conditions. Staff recommends that the list of recommended applications for final commitments of housing tax credits from the 2021 state competitive housing tax credit ceiling and the 2021 housing tax credit waiting list be approved, conditioned on the completion of underwriting and the conditions of underwriting, the conditions recommended by the ERAC and those resulting from staff review, and completion of any other required reviews. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Marnie. Do board members have questions for Ms. Holloway? Hearing none, Renee, are there any speakers that want to chime in one more time before we make the motion and vote?
Yes, Donna Rickenbacker would like to speak for 21039 Uvalde Villas.
Or
you're looking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, no, let's bring her on and we'll clarify what.
Okay, we're looking to unmute her right now. Donna, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, I can. This is Donna Rickenbacker. I did see that Marnie updated the application log to recognize the Uvalde transaction and the granting of the appeal and adding that to the log. However, there is, it looks like they have reordered a couple of applications on the log. And that has to do with Delia Villas, which is 21069 and 21276. The tiebreaker tab in the board book is correct. It just looks like, for whatever reason, the awards log is incorrectly ordering the applications. So in my, and it's all based on, by the way, the Chaz tiebreaker ranking, which puts Delia Villas ahead of 21276 Avante Legacy Springfield, and it should be ordered in that way.
Did any staff follow along with that?
And by the way, it's been ordered that way, since on all the applications. So I'm not quite sure why it was reordered in connection with the awards application.
Okay, bear with us a moment as we have people looking at that. Could someone just from staff confirm that we're waiting for someone to re-verify these pages?
Sure, just give us a minute.
We're almost there, everyone. Hang in there.
Mr. Chairman, could you give us a 15-minute break for us to review the tiebreaker situation on the list, please?
Okay, it's 12:29, so almost 12:30. Let's recess until 12:45 and try to promptly reconvene at 12:45.
Thank you.
We stand in recess. Coffee just turned on. I believe we're just about good to go here. Let's make sure let's wait for Bobby to get back on.
I've been told we're just having our web people post the updated log. It just hasn't, I've hit refresh. It hasn't quite gotten there yet.
So let me know when we should officially reconvene.
Marnie, while we're waiting for the log to get posted, do you want to just explain that it's been fixed or whatnot?
Okay, well, hang on. Let me then officially call us back into session.
Oh, sure.
So, Renee, are you?
I'm here.
Okay, all right. So it's 12:47 by my clock, and we're calling back to order the meeting of the Board of the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs after a 17-minute break. Bobby or Marnie, do you want to re-summarize where we are?
Momentarily.
And I'm not sure if we have another speaker that needs to comment before we take a vote. Renee, did you ever get word back from the next potential speaker?
No, I think we have to assign the question to someone else because I'm not really sure what's happening with that. So I'm going to say no at this moment. But we do, we had another commenter that wants to speak about 21139 whenever we get to that point. I kind of just moved it to the top. And as of right now, there's no one for, I guess we kind of left off on 21039 because but I think we're good.
Okay, and also I want Bo to stand by to advise as to whether comments at this point on specific applications, whether that is in order or not.
I would say anything where you think there's a mistake in the log, like frankly, what Donna found for the tiebreaker, that's relevant at this point. It's hard to think of other items.
Right. Okay, so corrections. So for anyone wanting to speak, if it's a kind of correction, administrative type of item, would be in order. If you're trying to talk about scoring evaluation of yours or other items, that would be out of order.
While we are waiting to see if anyone wants to speak, we're hearing from IS that the revised log will be posted momentarily. For our board, because many of you are new and may not have a clear picture of what's going on behind the scenes. We run the competitive tax credit program. We run all of our programs on multiple spreadsheets. And the 9% in particular runs on 2 different spreadsheets, the application log and the ceiling. The ceiling is where we calculate collapse. The application log is, of course, where we report the results. So it's, when you're going between spreadsheets, it's not unusual for human error to come into the process. And of course, we're always open to and prepared to make corrections. In this particular case, what we missed was a tiebreaker between Dahlia Villas and the application that was right above it. And Ms. Rickenbacker is entirely correct that Dahlia does win that particular tiebreaker. So just for point of information.
Okay, while that is getting posted and updated, I think we should be able to go ahead and check with the public commenters to see if what they have is relative item and in order. So Renee, who do we have lined up?
We have Tamea Dula first. Tamea, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, and I hope you can hear me this time.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we can.
No, I wanted to follow Donna Rickenbacker up with regard to the log allocations in Region 11 urban, because both Uvalde and Dahlia were off the list. If that's been corrected, then that was my only concern.
Okay, Marty, I guess they're finishing posting that correction, correct? Or Bobby?
To me, his comment was the same tiebreaker. I didn't quite hear it, understand it.
Yes, it was. It was the same concern regarding Dahlia. That Dahlia's poverty rate is at 17 point something, and the other application is at 20 point something. So Dahlia wins that first tiebreaker.
Okay, Renee, do we have another speaker?
Yes, we have Audrey Martin, and we are looking to unmute now. Audrey, you are self-muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Thanks. This is Audrey Martin with Purple Martin Real Estate. I'm a tax credit consultant that works on various apps during the year. I wanted to say thank you to staff for all their work this year, and I want especially to say thank you for putting up an application log this quickly during a board meeting. I know from personal experience how difficult it is to reshuffle the deck the day of the board meeting based on all these appeals. I was looking at the log. I think you guys have a lot of people sitting behind their computers right now trying to like crunch the log and see how it looks. I noticed one little thing, which was in Region 3. The log makes it look like you guys are about to allocate more credits than are available in that region. But I think I understand that you guys had a small credit return in that region. So if any, Bobby or Marnie, correct me if I'm wrong there. You know, if anyone's looking at that log and it looks like you guys are going to over allocate, I don't think that's actually the case. That was the only thing I was going to comment on. Thank you.
Yes, we did have a small credit return within the last couple of days, which led to the award recommendations that we're making today. And the updated log, as soon as we have it, will reflect that.
Okay, thanks, Audrey and Marnie. Renee, is there anyone else?
Yes, we do have one commenter. We're looking to unmute Jermaine White. Jermaine, you are unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I wasn't aware that I actually could speak today until I logged in about 30 minutes ago, so I really appreciate this opportunity. This is my first time going through this process, so in looking at the information, it looks like application number 21139 is being recommended to be awarded. So I certainly want to speak against it on behalf of my community, Hamilton Park, and the community across the street, which is called Stoltz Road Communities. There's about 5 different neighborhoods located inside of it. And we did submit our opposition to this back, I guess, for the July 18th deadline.
I'm sorry, Ms. White, to cut you off. And again, I appreciate you listening in and looking to contribute.
Yes.
But this unfortunately is out of order at this point. That we're past discussing that again, unless it's sort of some sort of administrative or corrective action that on this item or on the entire item, not just a specific case. We really can't entertain a comment against a specific, for or against a specific application.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. Again,
I'm sorry too, but we appreciate it. But
yeah,
well,
we had some updated stuff happen around a crime, and that's what I was going to talk about. But I certainly don't want to be out of order. So then I will just continue to listen, and I really appreciate you sharing that with me.
Okay, great. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Renee, are we cleared up on commenters on 6F?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, and again, we will have some time for public comment after this. Marnie or Bobby?
I believe we're posted now with the updated log.
I believe we're posted. Let me double check. Yes, in fact, we are, the log that is posted on the board page is the correct log, making that change in Region 11 Urban, taking into account the tiebreaker that Ms. Rickenbacker mentioned, also adding that very recent return of credits in Region 3 Urban. So that is in fact on the board page on our list of recommended awards.
Okay, and again, Bobby or Bo, I assume that if we complete the motion here, which we're about to receive, and we find some other obvious error, administrative error on our part, that is still allowed to be corrected even under the motion that we're about to undertake.
If there is some error that arises in the next coming months regarding regarding the log that was posted, a decision that was made, and we're not able to resolve the issue administratively, of course, we would bring that back to the board. I think Bo would have to speak to what happens with awards if that should happen.
Okay, well, we want to say something?
Only to say that awards that are made right now and the designation of the waiting list, this is a final decision by the board. I think there may be a little bit of room for obvious slight mathematical errors, but the awards and the wait list is pretty much being set here.
Okay, great, understood. With that, we come to the point in the meeting and the year where the board would the chair would entertain a motion on item 6F. Ms. Thomason, you want the honors?
I'm right here. I move that the board approve the list of recommended applications for final commitments of housing tax credits for the 2021 state competitive housing credit ceiling and the 2021 housing tax credit waiting list as presented at this meeting and as amended by the board as a result of appeals that were heard and determined at this meeting, and as conditioned as set out in the board action request on this item and by the board at this meeting.
Thank you. Motion made by Ms. Thomason. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Braden. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Marnie and staff, for all of your just tremendously hard work, and Bobby and all the team. It's takes a lot to get here, and again, thanks to all the constituent participants out there listening and who have been working hard on this. And again, we appreciate your patience. We recognize your frustrations at times, but we got here, and we'll do it all again and starting in a month. So this brings us to the point in the meeting where we've addressed all the posted agenda items, and members of the public can raise issues with the board on matters of relevance to the department's business or request that we put specific items on future agendas for considerations. Renee, do we have anyone that has indicated they'd like to speak here in public comment?
Yes, we do. We have Donna Rickenbacker, and we are going to unmute her right now.
Great.
Donna, you are self-muted. Will you please unmute yourself? Donna, will you please unmute yourself?
Have it try again.
Please try again.
There we go. We got it now.
Oh, there you go.
One last time for you guys to hear from me. I really just want to thank staff so very much. When we speak on behalf of our clients and behalf of ourselves, and obviously is to protect our deals in a very competitive process. And I really appreciate how staff has handled all of our comments, our questions, our concerns. They've also been in the middle of this rent relief program and allocating 4% deals. It's just been a really tough year on staff. I commend them across the board for all the hard work that they have done this cycle. With respect to next year, given a couple of things that happened this cycle, I really hope that we'll spend some time with not only recognizing tiebreaker calculations from the get-go so that there's no misunderstanding as we get further along in the cycle. I'd also really like to go back and take a look at this occupied development rule, see what we can do to make sure it matches up with what I truly believe is not only based in statute, but based on what the intent of that rule was meant to address. I'd like to, work with staff to provide some documentation or at least some changes that I think would be more impactful, that makes it very, very clear in our rules how everything is supposed to apply so we don't go through this next year. Anyway, once again, thank you very, very much, staff. and this board. Well done. Very much appreciate everybody's hard work.
Great, thank you, Donna. Renee, do we have anyone else lined up?
We have no one else lined up for public comment.
Great. Bobby, do you have any final thoughts?
I'd like to thank the staff for working hard on this round and getting it done. We try to get the appeals done ideally at the early July meeting for obvious reasons, as today our little kind of fire drill made clear. But anyway, got it done, and thank you members for hanging around and working with us. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. And again, thanks to staff and thanks for everyone participating. We're making a positive impact in Texas. Being that we've completed all the agenda, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. And I'm just going to say, Mr. Batch seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None are opposed. I'm telling you that right now. The next scheduled meeting of the board is September 2nd, 2021, at a location to be determined in person. At least that's the plan as of today. September 2nd in person in Austin. So stay tuned for further details. It is 1:07 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
All right, take care, everybody.
Yeah.